right, hello everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. So first off, thank you guys all for coming. This has been a long time in the works, and here in a second I'm going to give you just a little bit of background about how this all started. So just some housekeeping things. You guys all might have seen when you came in that there are bathrooms just right out here. There's quite a few in there. Water fountains are off to this side. For those of you wondering, your certificate of attendance, we'll give that to you at the end of the day. We have another little quick post survey that we'd like you all to fill out, and then we'll get that to you. Wi-Fi, it's Heartspring guest, and the password is child. So for those of you that need the Wi-Fi. We did set up some materials tables along here, so during breaks or during lunch, if you guys want to stop and look at some different communication books. We also have some books that we've adapted just to get some ideas. And here in a minute, too, I'm going to go over that Google Drive and show you where a lot of that information is saved, too, so that you guys can access some of that. I want to, first and foremost, just give a huge thank you to Heartspring. This was kind of a brainchild we came up with a couple years ago, and I really, really wanted to make this a free event so that we could get this information out to as many people as possible. And the Heartspring staff, like Dave and Kendall up there, who have been helping me in the past weeks get all this set up. And then Christy Calvert and Rachel Borneval and Mary Huber in the speech department, and I just put in the speech, for all helping out a lot. They've all put in a lot of time and effort to make this happen. And just for your information, we are going to be recording the whole day, except for the Q&A panel at the end, and our hope is that for those of you that know people that weren't able to make it here today, that they will be able to go back and watch and get some of this information as well. What that also means is that if you have questions or comments, that we will need to get you a mic. So we have Jen, where are you? Jen is our mic girl. She is one of our teachers here at Heartspring, and she is going to help make sure that you get a mic so that we can record all of that. Yeah, so let's kind of go over everything. So I sent you all out the schedule today. Probably the one thing everybody wants to know most is when is lunch. So we've got about 56 large pizzas coming in, so I hope you're all hungry. And we'll just have that set up right out here. So if you want to leave during that time, that's fine too, but we will have lots and lots of food for you. And then we're going to do the expert panel Q&A then at the end of the day. And then we've just got that quick post survey for you guys to fill out as you're grabbing your certificates of attendance. So we're going to get that to you at the end of the day. So just a little bit of background about how this started. So just to tell you guys kind of my own personal AAC journey. I'm Dr. Holli Steiner, by the way. I did not introduce myself, so hello. I started working here about 9 years ago this summer, actually. And for those of you that don't know, we have a residential piece of Heartspring. And we've got about, I think, 80 kids, and about 70 of them live here and go to school here. So they live on campus, and we have a couple homes off campus. And about half of them are considered nonverbal. So we have, for a lot of you, I'm sure when you're working with nonverbal kids, it might be kind of the offshoot of your caseload, but for us, this is a huge part of our caseload. So AAC is something that we deal with every single day, and it's kind of just built into the culture of Heartspring. What I noticed when we started getting students, so they come from all over the country, that a lot of our students would come to us at maybe age 12, 14, and have never had a way to communicate in their life. And we deal with a lot of behavioral students, and as you all know, that behavior and communication go hand in hand, and it's really important that we actually have a way for us to communicate. And we're going to go over some of the reasons why, and hopefully give you guys some information to take back to your own teams as well. But it really frustrated me. I thought, well, if we know that ASHA says that we need to do this, and that's, for those of you that aren't SLPs, this American Speech and Hearing Association, why isn't this happening? In a perfect world, we probably wouldn't have to have residential facilities like this because we'd all be able to provide what our students need at their home districts where they can be close to family. So I thought, why not go back to school? That was 5 years ago, and get my PhD and kind of focus on this. So I did, and my dissertation research focused around the AAC assessment process and how SLPs are doing that, and what are some of the barriers they encounter, and holy moly, we found lots. SLPs encounter a lot of barriers in their day-to-day practice, no matter where they're at when conducting AAC evaluations. So the second piece of that research was then, for those people who have overcome those barriers, how are they actually doing it? And one of the biggest pieces that we found was that people needed access to both personnel and non-personnel resources and an increase in their knowledge base. And so this brainchild is kind of our way of trying to start tackling that, which is why we're having you do the pre and post survey as well. So we kind of had two main goals. So we wanted to increase the knowledge and skills of our attendees, but then we also wanted to make sure that you guys have a network of people. So you're already sitting with people, so you're starting to build your network, but the Google Doc that I'm going to show you here in a second is hopefully going to be another resource. My hope is that for those of you that maybe have that one kid on your caseload and you're not sure what to do with them, that you can access this resource and find a list of people and reach out and ask for help. I joke all the time with the girls that I work with that if an Arctic kid came on my caseload, I would have no idea what to do because the kids I work with don't speak. So Arctic is not something I'm very well remember from grad school 9 years ago. So that's what I'm hoping for you guys to gain from this. So I'm hoping it's going to be a fun, interactive day. I'll tell you that we really want today to be interactive and for you guys to share your stories as well. For some of you, this isn't going to be any new information. For some of you, it might be new information, and that's great too. But for those of you that are looking at this and saying, I knew that already, that's awesome. We hope that maybe you use these documents to go back and train others, or if you also say that, then raise your hand and say, here's how I've dealt with that. So we're going to be requesting a lot of audience participation, and I always think that helps so nobody falls asleep in the back, right? So we're going to get you guys up here. So I'm going to have you guys pull up the Google Doc real quick. And for someone who loves technology, I had never actually used a Google Doc. So Paige, one of our other SLPs, helped me put this together. Okay, so can you go back one? Show the main page. So what you'll notice on this Google Doc that you guys have access to, and right now you all only have view-only access, but if you have other resources or things you want to add, I encourage you to email me and I'll add it to the document because we want this to be a living document. We just kind of started with some of the basics here, but if you know people who are good at funding, shoot me an email with that information. We're going to add them. So what you'll see up here is you've got the different PowerPoints, obviously. We're going to go through an AAC eval template as well. And you've got the AAC resources button. So if you want to click on that for me. Okay, so here's what it is down at the bottom you've got all of these different tabs, and each one of those tabs has a different topic. So the AAC assessment process, funding, teaming, which we're going to talk about how to train staff this afternoon, which I think is very, very, very important. As I've worked over the years, I think less and less is important about us spending direct time with our clients versus training everybody around them because they're the ones that are actually interacting with those students all the time. So if you can go back, and then there's also AAC general websites there at the very end with just some general information of good websites. So if you go back to the assessments tab, you'll notice all of these have personnel resources and then non-personnel resources. So the personnel resources are obviously, like it says, like myself, that's an area that I have a lot of experience in, and my email and where I'm located. So if you're that person that says, I know I need to do an assessment, I know I need to do an eval, and I'm not sure how to do it or where to go, I want you to just pull up your Google Doc, pull up this tab, and just start emailing and asking people. I think as professionals, no matter what you're doing out in the audience today, that we need to start knowing when we don't know what we don't know and how to reach out for help. I'm very used to doing assessments with students who don't have to have mounts and things like Lauren does. And so if I had a client come to me, I'd have to reach out and get some help from people who know more about that than I do. Instead of doing, I think what tends to happen is, this is hard, this is cumbersome, I'm not sure what to do, so I'm just going to kind of put it off to the side. So reach out and ask for help. I've taught the AAC class at Wichita State for the grad students for a while now, and I always tell the students, reach out to me, reach out to me, reach out to me. And I see Adrian in the back who has reached out to me multiple times about different clients, and I think we're all wanting to help because we're all in helping professions. So I can't encourage you enough. Hopefully this Google Doc is useful to you. Like I said, if you find things that you think should be good and would be beneficial to add, please let me know, and we can get those added. So. And if you have questions about any of this during lunch or during breaks or after, whatever, just let me know and I can help guide you through it. Yes, back to the PowerPoint. Okay. So again, I can't thank you all enough for coming. Our goal for this was 30 people. And we obviously have well over 30 people, which I think shows that there is such a great need for us in our community to learn more about AAC. I hope you all find this to be a fun day and get something out of it. If nothing else, you'll get a free pizza lunch. So hopefully that's worth it. And then we're going to be, for those of you that asked about the t-shirts, if you didn't order, I'm going to talk with our marketing department and see how we can put together another list if you guys want a t-shirt and get that out to you. So I'll send that out to the Eventbrite email list that you all signed up on. And at the end of the day, you're going to have an opportunity to give us some comments, concerns, anything like that. But if you want to wait and do that after you've kind of thought through all the information, that's fine too. Our hope is that we'll be able to do this again. I've been told we cannot offer free lunch anymore because that was way expensive for everybody. So next year you might have to bring lunch, or there's lots of options around here. But I'm really excited for today. This actually started, part of that I missed. A couple years ago we went to the Isaac conference in Canada, and that's an International Society for AAC. And one of the sessions we went to, there was two women who are from Indiana, and they started an Indiana AAC Summit. And they said, we just saw the need, and we just said we're going to do it. And after that, we all kind of looked at each other, the other two SLPs we were with, and we were like, we should do that. We have a unique opportunity here, like I said, with the clients we serve, so we want to be able to teach and help others also. And for those of you that are good with our TIC, then I might be reaching out to you at some point if I need that. So we also want to thank the ladies who started that, because that kind of was the brainchild about 2.5 years ago to get this up and going. So thank you guys all for coming. And now we're going to have Lauren and Lisa come up, and they're going to talk. Lauren is our keynote speaker, and she's going to talk a little bit, and her mom, about their journey with AAC to get the day started.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right? Before I get started, please raise your hand if you can hear me. Hello, my name is Lauren Heron. I am a person who is living with a disability. I'm going to say it 2 times, so you can get used to hearing my device's voice. Hello, my name is Lauren Heron. I am a person who is living with a disability. I am 28 years old, almost 29. I am living in a 2-bedroom apartment over at the Timbers. I live by myself, but I have overnight staff, and they can sleep there in my spare bedroom. I have had a communication device since 1997, when I was 7 years old. I worked part-time, like 6 hours per week. I work at LifeWorks, which is a day service. A day service is a program for people who have disabilities. After they finish high school, I attend LifeWorks, also, as a client when I am not working. I attend a program at Friends University, called Friendship Fields Academy. I go to a camp in the summer called Camp Barnabas. In the fall, I do a variety show called Laughing Feet, and it involves people who have disabilities and some people who don't. I love to travel. I love going on planes especially. I love to watch sports. My favorite sport to watch is baseball. I love being with family and friends. I can do a lot more than just talking with people with my communication device. I can email. I can use a cell phone. I can control things like TV. I can do my work anywhere I have access to my device. I can do homework too for Friendship Fields. I also taught Sunday school. I can email on my device or my laptop by using my PCI that gives me access to my laptop with an eye gaze attachment. I do my email on both because sometimes it is easier to do it one way or the other, at that time depending on what I am working on. I use a cell phone by using a Bluetooth. I can get phone calls, but texting is easier for me to do. I can control things like TV if it has a remote control. I can do work on my device, for my job. For example, I write some social stories and give pictures for them. I do my homework by doing it on my device, and then I send it to my laptop where then I can print it. I even have a calculator to do math on my device. I programmed my Sunday school lesson into my device myself, like the questions over the lesson, memory verses. I started with a few communication notebooks when I am about 2 years old. I brought one of my old communication notebooks to pass around so you can see what I used first. My first speech output device was a Delta Talker. My second device was a Pathfinder. The next one was not mine, but I got to try a Vanguard for a few years, while my mom worked for the company that makes my device. The fourth device I used was a PRC Echo, and now I have a PRC Accent, as you can see. When I first got my first device, I hated to use it, because the access was very difficult for me to use my device easily. My immediate family knew me well, and I just wanted to use gestures. Currently, my high-tech way of communication is my accent. One of my low-tech ways of communication is my lanyard with messages on it. I also use gestures and eye gazing to people or things in the room. For an example, when I want to tell my mom that I'm tired, I put my hand up to my eye like this. When my device is broken or down, it is really hard for me to not talk on my device. I even get frustrated now when I cannot use my device. When I was between 7 and 12 when we had family dinners, like on Sunday afternoons, my mom had a rule that I had to have my device on at the table, but I didn't know to use it. On one Sunday afternoon, my mom said you will have your device on at the table, but you don't have to use it. I got really angry about using it, and I broke my cable. She said that is it. If you want to be ignored, then I am going to put you somewhere by yourself, because I want you to feel how it will feel to be ignored when you get older. If you don't want to work harder than the people who want to communicate with you, then so be it. A few weeks later I asked my mom for my device for the first time ever because I didn't like the way it felt to be ignored. I had some speech therapists who would let me talk about whatever I wanted to talk about. I loved that because I was driving the conversation, and I learned to love my communication device even more. My advice for a professional in your shoes is to have high expectations for your clients. If my mom, teachers, parents, didn't give me the gift of high expectations for using my device, I think that I would still hate to use it. Even now sometimes, I don't like to use it when I am really tired because I need to hold my head really still. But I still use it because when I have something important to say, I want people to understand. Do you have any questions? Please give me a minute to compose my answer.
And we've got just a couple minutes for questions, but she will be on the panel at the end of the day too. So we'll bring you back a mic.
Hi, Lauren. Excuse me. I'm Julie Fox. I'm at the back here. My favorite baseball team is the Astros. What is your favorite baseball team?
K? C? Okay, C.
Thank you.
I don't know if, and if any of you on that side want to come look, Lauren's access method, if you can't tell, she has, or I'll actually let Lisa, this is her mom, tell you a little bit about it. And then I also just wanted you to tell everybody a little bit about how Lauren composed the speech today and the time that it took and things like that.
What was the first question? Oh, her access method. Access has always been the very most difficult part for us. It still is. So any people out there who are really good at that would love to connect with you. She uses, currently what she uses is, it's called a New Point, and it's PRC's version of like what used to be called like the tracker, I think. And there is a camera, I think that's the right word. There's something here that sends out a signal. It's reflected here by the dot on her head, which is just a sticker. The stickers come on a sheet like this. And so as she moves her head around, it acts as a wireless mouse. She holds the cursor on the key that she wants, and then after a certain amount of time that you can program, it will select that key. Access is an issue. Like when she was answering Casey Royals, I don't know how much of it is nerves, but she had several mishits. This is something that we have really, it's like the continuing improvement program. We're always trying to find ways to have access be better. Sometimes it's really, really good, and sometimes it takes a lot longer. There's a lot more mishits. It's heavily dependent upon positioning, and that's a very, there's just so many layers because there's the hardware, and there's the access, and there's the language, and then there's the, obviously I should have said this first, the positioning, which is probably the most key. One of our big issues right now, I wish that she could use a switch, but we haven't found a really good location for a switch that works really, really well for us. So as far as the speech, Lauren, when Holli asked Lauren to do this, Lauren was very excited, but I felt like it was really important that she do this on her own, and it's a huge undertaking. And again, it's a bunch of levels, because you think about, I know that there's a lot of educators in here. There's so many levels of learning. There's so many levels of, I guess, skills. There's so many skills that are involved in just putting a speech together, and so, the writing component is a big issue. And so at one point, I called on one of our former attendants who we talked her into going to speech therapy school. She just graduated this May. And I just said, want you to do this. I will pay you. I'm stepping back. Help her with the entire writing process, the outlining, and the editing, and then I can do any of the tech pieces that you need, but I really stepped back. And so what you heard was what Lauren did. It was completely on her own, and I couldn't be more proud. I'm going to be honest, that even though I believe in high expectations, I kind of feel like I under-expected because this turned out really, I'm just really, really proud of her. And what she did, and one, to be honest, one of the issues that I feel like it's just another one of those skills is, like self-discipline. We all need self-discipline. We all need time management. And when she was in school, we didn't really let her manage her own time because there was so much to do and everything took her so long that we did that piece for her. And we knew that, with your other students, that's probably not a good idea, but that was our only option because teachers are on a 9-week schedule and they've got stuff that they have to get in. And so we took that component over for her. Fast forward now, it's like, who doesn't want to entertain themselves all the time? I mean, I think that that's probably one of the things as humans that we like to do. And so for her to choose, do I want to do this or do I want to do this? Do I want to work on something that's hard or do I want to do something that's fun? And so she had to come to that, and I had to step back, which was really hard because I told her, I said, I really don't want you to embarrass Holly. This is a really big deal, and it's a really neat honor, and I told Holly at one point, I'm like, Holly, I'm just really afraid. She says, if you come up with a couple sentences, that's great. But I did tell her, and I stuck to it. I'm not doing this for you, and you're either going to be up there and be embarrassed, or you're going to be, you're going to be proud of yourself. And there was one Saturday that she told me, she wanted to sit out on the deck, and she literally worked on it all day long. And she said, I do not want to be embarrassed, so I am going to work very hard. So she worked on the speech, and then she, Corey would come back in, and they would interact, and they would edit it, and they would work on it. And, what you saw today was what she did, and really grateful for the opportunity for her to be able to present and do this.
Lisa brought up a good point because when she was talking about expectations, Lauren had sent me a draft, and Lisa told me, she's like, you need to be hard on her, because I was just like, oh, it looks great. And Lisa reminded me, no, you need to expect more from her. So I don't think we could be more proud, too, of what Lauren was able to do this morning. So thank you, Lauren. We have little thank you bags for you both. And we have a few more minutes. Does anybody have any more questions for Lauren or for Lisa? All right, well, thank you guys again for doing that. My hope is when I asked Lauren, and I've known Lauren and Lisa for, almost 10 years now. When I did my school placement, John, who's here, we worked with Lauren when she was still in high school. And I think Lauren is such a good example of the teaming that it takes for clients who can't communicate via traditional modes, how important that is. She's very lucky to have such a dedicated mom like Lisa to help her through that, but it's also been the SLPs in her life who have helped, and I think everybody and the paras that come in and help her. None of this can ever happen if it's just one person, and I hope that's what you guys take away today, is that you shouldn't have to be the lone person trying to get this stuff to happen, and hopefully we give you some ways to get buy-in. That's one of the things that I know everybody struggles with, is showing how important that is, but also seeing how somebody like Lauren could have probably just been here today without any way to communicate because nobody actually pushed for that. And so when you've got those clients and you've got those young kids, and it doesn't matter what age, because we have 18-year-olds that come to us that still have no way to communicate, that you don't just say, I'm not sure, or I'm going to keep working on verbal speech, and really kind of focus on what can I do and reaching out and asking people for help. So thank you guys again. I think Lauren deserves another round of applause for that. So one thing I forgot to ask at the beginning is, just by a show of hands, just to kind of gauge the audience in terms of what all professionals we have here so you guys know too. So I'll start with speech, SLPs, since that's what I am. So a lot. Okay, great. Teachers. I'm so glad. We really were hoping that we would get a lot of people involved. Parents. Yes. Awesome. And then who have I missed? Do we have any other professionals? Paras, yes, thank you. Yes. And service providers. And thank you all to our paras and service providers, because I cannot tell you, especially for our paras here at Heartspring, how integral your part is in all of this. Because like I said, you guys are the ones working with the clients day in and day out, and so it's really, really important to have you guys here. So I'm very excited you guys are here to hear some of this. So what we're going to start off with this morning is just kind of the basics of AAC. And like I already said, some of you might know all of this information, and that's awesome if you do. We wanted to get everybody kind of on the same playing field and kind of the same terminology going on. So we're going to kind of go over the basics. And again, like I said, if this is something you know already, take this information and maybe use this PowerPoint or this PDF to go show other people and to go train your own staff. I don't know if other people have this, but oftentimes we will get asked if we have something to present it in service. And I'm always like, yep, I don't know what we're going to present, but we sure will. And so no matter what field you're working in, if you've got opportunities like that, I think it's important to take them if you can. So myself and Paige, this is one of our other SLPs, are going to be going through this PowerPoint today for this first part. Can we turn 3 on too? Okay, so some basics of AAC. So the first question that I want to ask you, because I have had very oftentimes that I will be telling somebody what I do, that I'm a speech and language pathologist, and that my caseload is mostly kids who are nonverbal, and they just look at me quizzically, like, how do you work as an SLP with speech and language and your kids are nonverbal? And so one thing that I always like to do to kind of remind everybody is, how do we all communicate? So just shout it out and I'll repeat you. Gestures, behaviors, eye gaze, speech, our verbal speech, body language, and there's one, texting, yeah, emojis, yes, gifts, which I just recently learned how to use, thanks to Paige. AAC, yep. What else? Pictures on Instagram, yes. So I think it's really good to kind of, as we start the day off today, to get in the mindset of that we all use AAC. It just might not look like what our clients do. And I think a lot of times what happens with AAC is that people are scared of it. And it's a good reminder that we all use it. It can be text, it can be emails, eye gaze, gestures. We talk a lot in our physical management training about what our body language is saying and communicating to our clients. If we have, our arms crossed and we're talking down to one of our students, what is that communicating to him? And I think we forget a lot of times all of the different ways that we actually communicate with one another. So this is something that I hear happen a lot, is that people will interchangeably use assistive technology and AAC. And I like to start off with this. In the class that I teach, this is always one of the first things that we talk about in classes. What is assistive technology and what is AAC and how are they related? So assistive technology is just tools or strategies to help somebody in learning everyday things. So I always just say it's something to help you get something done. It can help you with accessing different things, so like the remotes with larger buttons. My dad recently got one from the Cox store, and he thought it was really cool, and I don't think he realized it was for people with vision impairment. He just thought, what a cool remote. So that is an assistive technology. Magnifying devices, AAC systems, high-tech, low-tech, no-tech. Keyboards with special buttons. Can anybody think of any other assistive technology tools? Yes, the grabbers. They have those for spiders now, too. I just vacuumed them up. What else? A stylus, yep. Somebody said something about a wheelchair. Wheelchairs. Pencil grips, yeah. there's lots of different things that are assistive technology, and it includes, I like to say it's a big umbrella, and AAC is part of that umbrella. So what is AAC? It's a part of it. The terms aren't interchangeable. So AAC really attempts to study when necessary and compensate for temporary or permanent impairments. So that is the augmentative or alternative. So augmentative, I need help just for a little bit. Alternative, I need to really have some system to help an alternative communication system for my life, my ways to communicate. It can be aided or unaided. So an example of aided would be like what Lauren has right here, her device. It's I need something else. So it's a communication book. Or it could be unaided. So what do we think unaided AAC looks like? Sign language, yep. Sign language is perfect, yep. That is an unaided system because I don't need anything else outside of my own personal body to actually communicate. I personally like to phrase these as no-tech, which would be communication boards. I know some people like to call those low-tech. I think for my vernacular, it just makes more sense because there's literally no technology involved when you print a piece of paper and Velcro it or laminate it. Low-tech, mid-tech, high-tech. I know Lauren's device is obviously a very good example of a very high-tech communication system because it's got the gaze system with it, or in the tracker, thank you. I want to call it a laser for some reason, but it's not a laser. And so there's a huge range, and I think hopefully we're going to introduce you guys to some different systems here today, but one thing that I want you guys to know when you leave here is I call it the Oprah effect. So I've had several times where I'm working with a client that's coming to us, and I say, well, why is he using this app on the iPad? And they say, well, because I went to a conference and I gave it to everybody. Don't be that person. I hope that you guys leave here and you realize how to be critical consumers of information, and so that's why I call it the Oprah effect. Like, you get Proloquo, you get Proloquo, you get Proloquo. And I know sometimes that happens to us because we have administrators that say this is what's happening. And one of my favorite all-time quotes, I was in a chat with the ASHA website, and somebody said, my school administrator said that everybody can have, all the nonverbal kids can have an iPad, but they're all going to get Proloquo to Go because we got a grant for it. And the moderator said, well, that doesn't really put the I in IEP, does it? And I thought that was a really strong statement because it's an individualized education plan, not a one-size-fits-all. And I know we can all sit around here today and know that our communication styles are very, very different from one another, and we all deserve that ability to communicate in the way that works for us. There's data out there to support anywhere between 25 to 75% of devices are abandoned at some time. And I think part of that is because we're not doing our job figuring out what works for them. We're not doing a good enough job figuring out an implementation plan, and we're not doing a good enough job training. And I know those things are hard. I get that. So again, I hope that you take some stuff away from this training that you can kind of help to start show your administrators and your environments why this is so important today. I always say a lot of AAC is just kind of duh moments, because if you think of an AAC system as a voice and you just compare those, you're going to pretty easily understand why somebody should have that. So for instance, I had a student who was behind a mat one day, and he was working, and he kept hitting blue, blue, blue on his device. And staff walked over to him, and they said, you know, Johnny, you're perseverating with your device. I'm going to have to take it away now. And he took it away from him. And I was in the classroom when this happened. And I just thought, first off, Johnny's just hearing the Charlie Brown guy, like, wah, 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 wah. He has no idea what perseveration means, obviously. So all he knows is that he was pushing a button and the device was taken. So when you think about communication, it's very simple at its core. I have just learned that if I hit this button, you take it away from me. So how likely am I to hit that button again? Very, very unlikely. You know, it's a lot easier. I'm going to come bite you or scratch you instead to get what I want. So I just told that staff, I said, hey, if Gina over there in the corner was verbally saying blue, 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 would you go get the masking tape and tape her mouth shut? He's like, oh, God, no, I would never, ever do that. That's exactly what you just did to Johnny. And I think that was a realization for him, like, oh, you're right. I see now what you're talking about. And so I think it just takes a lot of those training opportunities, in the moment learning, for us to show people this is just another way of a voice. It looks different, it sounds different, but it's the same thing. So we need to be helping people to understand that. AAC is also a multimodal approach. The girls are going to talk to you a little bit this afternoon about training, but I oftentimes will see when a student waves, and they're like, oh no, use your device. And I'm like, I don't have to when I walk down the hall and I wave at you like this. You're not like, oh, Dr. Holli, please stop and use your voice. Like, no, you know what that means. And so we've got to keep that in mind, that it's multimodal. The one caveat I will say to that is for a lot of the students I work with that are beginning communicators, something that I've seen happen too is that the students will have, well, he's got an iPad programmed with this, and then he's got an iPod up on the shelf programmed with that. My personal take is if you're a beginning communicator and it's hard for you to learn communication anyways, now you're trying to teach 2 languages at one time, and it's probably not going to work out very well. But I do think that the gestures and eye gaze and things like that, that we need to be acknowledging that too. And the girls will talk again with you a little bit about kind of how to determine what gestures are you should acknowledge. So I really like this. Ruth Morgan created this, and I just think it's a really good way to think about how complex it is. Part of the reason I wanted Lisa to come up here and tell you guys how long it took Lauren to program that speech is because we've been working on this since January. And it's taken a long time because AAC isn't easy. It isn't simple, and I think we all need to be aware of that just when we're starting. But has everybody heard of the iceberg model when it comes to behavior? Some, yes. Okay, so the iceberg model with behavior, the behavior is just what's up top, and then underneath is all of these complexities that are happening, which is why the behavior happened. So when we saw this, we just loved it, A, because we're SLPs and we like visual supports, obviously. But I think it, again, gets you in the mind frame this morning that it's not going to be easy. Gaining knowledge in it isn't going to be easy either, but having access to those resources and those people that can kind of help you through some of this stuff will help your clients ultimately as well. I always tell staff when we're doing training that, you know, I have friends who are doing marketing plans, or like that's their job is, you know, they're a marketing manager. And at the end of the day, their outcome is a marketing plan. So if they fail on that because they didn't do their due diligence, it's a failed marketing plan. But when you're working with people, whether that be adults or kids, your end plan is what? Communication, their life. Yeah, it's pretty big when you think about that. And so that's why it's so important that we all learn this information and disseminate it, because at the end of the day, if Lauren didn't have people advocating for her, we would have failed Lauren. And it's not just a failed marketing plan, it's a failed life that she could have had. So again, there's a lot of things that go on. And even if you're, do we have any medical-based people today? No. Okay, that's all right. I try to do these presentations so that as clients, I think adults, whether you're working with adults or with kids, a lot of these ideas are kind of the exact same. Okay, so the Communication Bill of Rights. Raise your hand if you've heard of this. Yay! This is one of the things that you have access to on your Google document. Our wonderful marketing department, who designed our shirts for us as well, made this for us because we thought it was really important. So please feel free to print, laminate, put around your school. We have about 5 all over our school to help remind people why this is important that we provide communication. So the Communication Bill of Rights is just basic tenets that everybody has the right to do. So if we have a client that we're working with that doesn't have a way to communicate, we are essentially denying their basic human rights. And so some of the ones that I like are reject offered choices. I think sometimes we try to create clients who say yes to everything instead of teaching them you can say no. It is absolutely within your right to say no. I always like to think back in my undergraduate at K-State, I had a clinical supervisor who I was working with a client, and she wrote down every time I asked a question. And it was like 3 pages front and back. And she's like, you need to stop asking questions that you don't want answers to. And so I learned that pretty quick, but I recently had an instance where one of our students was in the psych office, and we were there in a meeting, and I said, oh, hey, say hi, or I said, do you want to say hi to everybody? And he flips in his book and says no, looks at me, laughs, and walks out the room. And I thought, what a good reminder that I did ask you that question, and you have every right to say no. Another thing we talk about sometimes, too, is that, is it appropriate to have curse words in a person's communication system? So I will ask you guys, what do you think? Yes, yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of times I'll have people say, well, I want you to take that out of their device. Why? why do you want me to take it out of their device? Is age appropriate for them? You know, everybody else has the right who's verbal to say whatever they want. We teach them when it's appropriate. And so it doesn't make sense to just remove things. And I'll have people ask me that too, like, he just keeps hitting this button. Can you remove it? No, but let's go talk to psychology and see if we can figure out why he keeps hitting that button, because there might be something beneath that. It could be perseveration, and at that point, we need to figure out a communication plan that's going to address that. So maybe it's he hits it once, and we acknowledge it, and then when he hits it subsequently after that, maybe we're ignoring it after that. But that is, again, why I say it's so important, that teaming aspect. And I know not everybody has access to their psychology department or other departments, but then that's when you can reach out to us and say, hey, I need help with this. I need to figure this out because I can't meet with this person until next week. Far too often, I think we feel like we have to be that lone islander out there figuring every single thing out instead of reaching out for help. And so that's why I said, if you've got questions for these other people, please let us know too, and we'll do what we can to help. Okay, so has anybody seen this? Kasha put this out a couple years ago. This is one of my all-time favorite visual supports ever. Okay, so it says, by 18 months, babies have heard 4,380 hours of spoken language, and we don't expect them to be fluent speakers yet. So 18-month-old, what are we expecting from an 18-month-old? Starting to put two words together. What else? Lots of gestures. What do we think about their vocabulary size? Yeah, about 50 words, yep. You're in grad school now, so you can help remind us, right? Yeah, so we're hoping that they're starting to kind of put two words together, daddy go, blue, car, things like that. And they've had that much exposure or practice, 4,380 hours, okay? And that's all we're expecting from them. So if somebody who's using a communication system only, I say practice, the communication for 20 to 30 minutes, twice weekly, which might be a typical session for some of us, it would take them 84 years to catch up to that point. So I think that's a pretty astounding statistic. And I think that that's saying that at 84 years, we hope Jimmy over here has maybe 25 to 50 words. Maybe he's starting to put two words together. So what does that say to you guys? I'm comfortable in silence, so I teach. All right.
Remember your question. Says to me that it's very important that people remember to use the systems you're asking people to use. And I know for me that is still my single biggest challenge it's gotten better. It's gotten a lot better, but people, it's like you're expecting someone to speak in French, but you're going to teach in English.
I was going to say the same thing. It's about training the other people to use it. The staff, the parents, people at home, all around are the kids need to learn to use it with us, but if they're not using it 24/7, then they're not going to get that exposure.
Yeah, I think, I show this visual when we're doing new employee training because I think it's important for, especially our direct care workers, our paras, to see this stat, because it shouldn't be just when I come in and see student X that you guys are using the system. We had a group go to another residential facility in the Northeast a couple years ago, and they were so excited to show one of our psychologists in the dorms that they had all of the devices neat and pretty on the shelves. And he just looked at them and he was like, why don't they actually have it with them? I always say too that if I can tell what you had for breakfast on your device, I'm happy, because that means you had it at breakfast and you were using it at breakfast. But now let's please go clean off the syrup. So I think this is something, again, just hopefully another visual that you guys can use to take back to show the importance of it can't be just one person doing this. It has to be everybody. And hopefully you take away some things that are about our staff training this afternoon. But I can't encourage that enough, that it can't ever just be you. that it's not going to work. I can promise you that. It's got to be everybody on board. And like John said, we still struggle with that sometimes, but I think part of what you have to do is create a culture of this is really important for everybody around this student or this client that you have. And that's not always easy to do, and it starts with just trying and starting and training. Okay, so we're going to go through some different types. So an object and picture continuum. So you've got to be thinking about this when you're designing and actually assessing for a system that somebody has is what level of understanding do they have of either objects or of pictures. And TASN provides a wonderful resource called the Mode and Direction Assessment that you can use, and that's on the Google Doc as well, in order to look at the picture part. But the object part, we don't talk about probably as much. I know object systems are hell to upkeep. I understand that. However, I think it's really important if that's the level of understanding that your client's at, that you use it. So just to be kind of thinking, so maybe your client needs a real actual basketball. Now that's going to be cumbersome, and you're going to have, just your wheelbarrow that you're running, or can't think, what is that called? A cart? Wagon, thank you, yes. You've got your wagon towing with you for all of the things. But something you can be thinking about, too, is what's most important to this client. And we talk about assessment, we're going to talk about reinforcers and how to figure out kind of what to do. And if your client loves basketball, Legos, and let's say not peanuts, because everybody's peanut-free, M&Ms. So they love those three things. Start with those three things. Start with the objects of those three things and start teaching them how to request using those. Once they get a little bit better at it, you can then switch to just a mini basketball, so you don't have quite as much stuff. And then maybe you can just do a piece of a basketball. And then you can really start now pairing that with the actual pictures so that you can switch to a picture-based system, which is going to be a lot easier to upkeep, obviously. So when you're looking at pictures, you're looking at the easiest to understand, the least abstract would be a digital photo, then a black and white digital photo, then a color line drawing, and a black and white line drawing. I think far too often we just automatically go to board maker symbols. And that's okay, but if you're wondering why is this not working for my client, he obviously doesn't understand that, then that's probably not your client's fault, that's our fault. Because we didn't do a good enough job assessing what type of system or what type of pictures that they need to understand. So you've also, so you've got communication books. So here's just a couple kinds. I can tell you guys we have tons and tons and tons of different types of communication systems, or books too. You'll see some out here. Also within your Google Doc, we have uploaded the BoardMaker files to these templates for you. So if you have a client right now that you know that might need one of these systems, you will have the opportunity to go through, download the BoardMaker file to your computer, and then you can edit it and make it what you need for your own client. But again, I'm hoping that helps take some of that work out of this for you guys. You'll see some of the different examples over here, and maybe you email me and say, Dr. Holli, I have a question I would really like something that looks more like this, and we either have it or we don't, but we can help you make it. We're here hopefully to help you guys so that that time is taken out of there. We also, I think this is really important. How many have you, I've been guilty of this too, or you've seen this, that a communication system just goes in the backpack? Yes, Lauren is telling me yes. Yeah, that happens. And I think it's because we don't think of the system as a voice. And so, especially if you are working with behaviorally difficult kids, how likely is John over here going to be to go get his device or his book out of his backpack to say something to me versus just kicking me to tell me he wants that basketball? Probably a lot easier just to kick me. And so we've got to be thinking about how are they carrying and transitioning it with them everywhere. We have little breakaway, like Robin Hood style, and also belts that we use that are breakaway. I know that there are so many different ways that you can use it or use that kind of idea, but we've got to make sure it's with them, because if it's not with them, it's not going to work. You will see me walking down the hallway, and I will say we had a student come into our office the other day, and I asked her a question, and she just kind of looked at me and did this, and I was like, oh, well, you don't have your communication system, so you obviously can't answer. I would have given you a pretzel, but it doesn't look like you have it, so until you have it, you need to come back and get it. And that was my cue also for staff. Please just don't come into the speech office at least, right, without your, without your system, because we will call you out on that. But we do it with anybody walking down the hall, and it's not, obviously because staff doesn't want this kid to communicate, they forget. But that's why it's important too that we take those opportunities to remind them. And I always tell staff, I know it's uncomfortable to call a fellow peer out on something. But again, I remind them that at the end of the day, you don't have to call somebody out on it, but saying, hey, where is student X's device? It's supposed to be with them. If you're not saying something, then you're just as much a part of the problem, and you're not helping this client that you're supposed to be helping anyways. So we make sure that we point those things out a lot. There are several Facebook groups, and I think we have them in one of the PowerPoints. I have recently joined some of them within the past couple years, and I cannot tell you what a wealth of information are included in these Facebook groups. There's one called AAC for the SLP. There's Talking with Tech. There's yes, some nodding. I don't know what I did without them. It is such a great place for you to go and ask a question and say, hey, I need a way to attach a strap to this book, and you get tons of replies. We've asked questions about assessments, like language assessments for kids that are severe, because we were having trouble finding them and we got replies back. So I can't encourage that enough. If you're not a member of any of those groups, really consider it, because it's a great way to ask a question and get a lot of feedback from a lot of people. So here again, some object systems. You can see you can glue them onto a piece of paper. You can put them in a notebook, kind of whatever works for your client. There's also resin symbols that you can do, so you can have the actual object and kind of submerge it in resin. So that's an option as well. I think most of us have probably heard of Pod and PECs. Again, the reason I'm showing you all of these is so that you know there are so many options out there. I've heard this a lot of times too is, well, I went to a pod training, so now everybody has pod. And I'm not saying pods are bad. Pod books are great, but they're great for certain clients and they're not great for other clients. So don't be that person that says, I went to this training, now everybody gets it. Don't do the Oprah effect. Think of me sitting up here saying that over and over and over again. Again, you have to individualize communication to what works for your client. Eye gaze boards. This is something too that I think people don't think about enough, especially if you've got clients that are non-ambulatory and can't use direct access. When I say that, just can they point to the picture or point on the device? A little rule of thumb that we have learned through trial and error: A, make sure you leave the middle of it out, as you can see, but also, as you can see on here, make sure you write what's on the back of that so that you know, because you'll have a client like gazing over at something and you're like, oh, I have no idea what they're gazing at. So awesome job, but I wasn't very good at that. You could do this with objects too. You can stick the objects up there and allow them. One thing that I also say too is with, we work with some pretty severe cognitively students, and don't forget that even just making a choice is a way for them to communicate and providing them an opportunity to interact with their environment and to have some sort of independence. So if I have a student that's super low, maybe my communication system for him, or in my communication plan, which we'll talk about, is maybe just providing two choices and letting him pick via eye gaze, via grabbing for it, whatever it may be. That is still providing independence. And we're going to talk through a little bit about cognitive prerequisites, but when I've done other conferences before, I'll get feedback on, well, I don't know where to start. I don't know what to do. I don't know, he's very low and so he can't understand any of this. Then at the very basis, you start with cause and effect. You know, you start there, or start printing off pictures of things and see where they're at. You just have to start. So there's also communication boards, so you can see different kinds. Some of them have pictures, some of them have little catchphrases. I'm sure most of you, or some of you, met Justice while he was in here this morning talking with all of you. He had a board for a while that we had that had an alphabet on it, and we had kind of hot topic comments around it. And what we would do is every time a behavior happened, we would sit down and talk with him about it and say, what were you trying to tell us? And when he was calm, he could pretty easily tell us, and we would add that comment onto his board in hopes of it's easier for me just to point to that to tell you I need a 5-minute break versus going into a behavior. And again, I think we don't use AAC enough with adults. And so these are just some examples of some boards. Communication notebooks are one of the assignments that I have my students do, and what those are, they're just notebooks with different types of communication boards like this that you can just pull out real quickly when you've got a client that you're seeing and you're like, hey, I need to see what their pain tolerance is or where their pain's at. So this, again, is just another resource. And then over on the right, that's some information of things that you might want to include in a communication notebook. And maybe, you find that useful for the clients that you're working with. Sorry, Jen's coming to you. But if you Google this, there are tons and tons of things out there that you can use. So these are just some options.
I don't really have a comment. I was just going to say, will you put the updated PowerPoints on Google, because these aren't matching our handouts?
Yes, sorry, we've made some edits. We
Perfect.
will
Thank
update
you.
those. Yes, thank you. We thought we were all done, and then we were looking through it, and we're like, well, maybe no, we're going to throw some more on there. Yes. And here's what I like to call low-tech options. So they don't have, they are voice output, but they're not synthesized speech. So you hit the button, and you have actually recorded yourself or somebody else doing it. Just a little thing we try to do, if it's one of our male students, we try to have a male staff do that. And I know that seems like a little thing, but I think for the dignity and respect of the clients that you're working with, just a little thing like that makes a big difference. And maybe your client doesn't even notice, but it's good, I think, for everybody to know that. So you might see, we've got Go Talks, we've got Big Mac switches, Little Mac switches. There's lots out there. Then also you've got high-tech systems, like we said with Lauren's, that are much more expensive, but that's because they can do quite a bit, and they have a lot of different access methods. I will tell you guys, and we're going to talk about assessments when we're done with this one, since the iPads have come out, all of a sudden it's like nobody does assessments anymore. And I think part of that is because it's so much more accessible, which is awesome, but it's a two-edged sword there, because when you had devices like this, you had to have a pretty thorough AAC eval report in order to get insurance to fund it. And even at that, they're probably going to deny it the first time, and then you're going to have to try again. I say that because I want you guys to be aware of, even when you're using any of these systems, we should be always assessing. We should always be assessing, is this working? Is this not working? If it's not working, is it too complex? Do we need to take away pictures? Maybe the pictures we have aren't right. So kind of keep that in mind as we're going through this. Obviously, there's tons and tons of communication apps out there now. I will tell you that almost all of the students on our campus use an iPad, and I'll tell you why. The hardware on an iPad, we can get better cases on that than we can get with dedicated devices. And if any of you ever want to come experience what life is like on the school side of Heartspring, you'll notice we have some very rambunctious people, and we are getting iPads broken all the time. And so when we did have dedicated devices, they broke even more than that, and then you realize that you can only get it fixed twice a year, and then you have to pay another $700 for a warranty, and it just doesn't make sense for our clientele. But we're going to talk about the hardware piece of that in the next presentation. Something else to think about, if you have students who use iPads, first off, who in here has had their phone break before or crack the screen? Yes, I'm very impressed with those of you that didn't raise your hand and need to know what you do. Yes, that happens, right? And so when you don't have your device, that doesn't mean that you still don't have a way to communicate. Lauren did a great job of explaining to us that when she doesn't have her device, she has on her lanyard different communication things so that she can still communicate with somebody. We take screenshots of the main pages of the communication book, and we just laminate them and put them on a ring so that when the client doesn't have his or her device, that they still have a way to communicate. Now, I'll tell you this. We try to keep it between 10 to 15 pages. Why do you think that is? It's a lot if you tried to print out every page. And I always, again, liken this to, if I lost my voice, would I say, or would I write down everything that I would have said? No, and that would be very bad for me because I like talking a lot. So yeah, it's make sure that you've got those main pages, that core vocabulary. We always double check with the teachers and say, hey, what communication do you need so that you can still be running your goals? Because we really try to make sure that everybody is incorporating the communication system into their goals that they're doing for the kids. Okay, so now I'm going to pass it over to Paige, and she's going to talk a little bit about evidence about AAC and some truths and myths.
Okay, it's on. Okay, so to start, we just wanted to.
Okay, so we're just going to be asking you guys with these myths. I know a lot of you probably already know that these aren't things that are true, but we really want to know first off, raise your hand if you've heard this from somebody, and then we'll kind of go through what the answers are. And then if you guys have some way that you've kind of dealt with this, we'd really, really like for you guys to share that information with the team. I can't stress enough how much we need to be learning from one another, and a lot of times if you have a question, somebody else does, and you guys might have thoughts and ideas about how to answer these also. So who here has heard your AAC system has to stay at school? Yes, yes, and so that is a common one I've actually heard a lot. I had a mother in the community reach out to me a couple years ago and say, hey, I saw your kids at Special Olympics, and they were using devices. That's so cool. I want one for my daughter. And she said, how do I go about doing that? And so I helped her go through it. And funny middle part of the story is that the administration finally said, okay, we'll get an iPad, and we'll program it with Proloquo to Go. And not that I have anything wrong with Proloquo to Go. We have a lot of kids that use it, but that just seems to be kind of the one that everybody knows. And but it's just going to sit in the middle of the classroom so everybody can use it, not just her. And in my head, I just thought of the Hunger Games when the cornucopia comes up in the middle and everybody rushes for the iPad. And I'm sure nobody was doing that unless they thought there were games on it. But that's just kind of what went through my head. So after we kind of talked through that and she was able to get them to approve a device just for her, there was no evaluation done to see if it was the right device, but at least it's something. And then they said she can't take it home. And I said, well, that doesn't make sense. How do you work on homework? How do you ask, besides all of the other ways you communicate at home? I'm like, let's just take this back to a simply academic piece. How do you access your curriculum and do homework and things like that at home if you have no way to communicate? So something that I found recently, and the link again is on the Google Drive, but it's called the Schrag letter. And basically it was a decision ruling that said public agencies must ensure that AT, which would include AAC, are made available to a child if required as part of the child's IEP cutoff there. So on a case-by-case basis, the use of school-supported or purchased technology in the child's home or other settings is required if the child's IEP team determines that the child needs access to those devices in order to receive FAPE. So if you've ever experienced that, you go back to this and say, no, you actually do need to provide this. And there's a link also to practicalaac.org, which is a fabulous, fabulous website. And what I love when she talks about this, she said, I haven't met an IEP team yet who would say that, no, he doesn't need to take his communication system home. So hopefully that's not going to happen. But I hope that you guys can use some of this if you've encountered that problem before, because I think it's helpful to kind of know where to go to get the evidence to support this is why they need to have it at home, besides just hopefully common sense rationale. Has anybody else answered that question differently when asked or encountered?
Okay, moving on to the next myth that we commonly hear is that AAC should be introduced only after giving up all hope of natural speech. Has anyone heard this before or had a good response to that one?
Parents always seem to want verbal speech, and in IEPs, that's always, are we still working on speech?
Right, yeah. So how do you usually respond to that? Or like, have you found a way that's been beneficial?
Well, I try to share with them that there's evidence that if you have augmentative, a plan of some sort, it does increase the verbal also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good way to explain that. And then if there are kind of other things going on, especially with behaviors, like we want to be providing them the most effective way to communicate. And that's not to say that you can't continue to work on verbal speech, but if there's a more effective method, we need to be implementing that as soon as possible. So those are kind of the facts that you referenced as well, is that you know, we can't predict the speech development and how much that's going to change no matter how much we practice it. So we can continue to work on both verbal speech and the AAC part of that as well. Yeah, talking about other deficits with like cognitive, social, and emotional problems, you know, we want to be providing that effective communication as soon as possible.
I always like to remind parents to, A, how do we all communicate, but then B, say, what is our hope for this child? Well, we want him to communicate, right? And communication looks different for all of us. So even though he or she is not verbally communicating, let's figure out a way for him to communicate at this time.
Okay, so the other myth that we want to go over is that the introduction of AAC reduces motivation to work on speech. This is kind of interrelated with the concern or fear that parents often have that they won't be speaking verbally if you do implement AAC. So we just kind of want to be understanding of that perspective and present, research that we found that we need to be implementing, other methods of speech, like even if you do sign language in infancy, that helps to teach communication and formulate those language functions as you develop, so that we can continue to work on other communication modes. Another myth is that whenever present, even though very limited, speech should always be the primary. And we just want to continue to reinforce that idea that the most effective way of communication needs to be implemented. Does anyone else have another response to that one? Okay. All right, and then another one that we often hear is that a young child might not be ready for AAC. Has anyone heard this one before with young kiddos? What do you guys respond to that?
I usually talk about how this young child is communicating with you already, and so that giving them a way to more effectively communicate what they're trying to communicate is really the best route for peaceful interactions.
I agree with that. And also, I always talk about we don't know if they're ready until we try it, and so doing a dynamic teaching AAC assessment where you're teaching different modalities to see if it is effective, that's the only way to know if they're ready or not ready, or if it will be successful.
Right, you can't hurt to trial it.
I'm going to reinforce, pardon me, what was just said. You're talking about people who are either speaking minimally or not speaking. So how accurate an idea do you really have of a person's cognitive ability, especially if they, on top of that, they have physical disabilities or apraxias that prevent them from being able to organize a response. And so you really shouldn't presume to know where a person is cognitively. And the other thing I think that underlies that is the idea that, well, the person has to understand the symbol. And I've been around a while, I will plead guilty to that, but really that makes no sense. If the person knows that this location says this, it doesn't matter whether they know what the symbol means or not. That there are now systems that underlie the idea that the motor plant, that the motor sequence that you do says this word. So, so I guess that's about it. But you really, the cognitive prerequisites, how are you going to measure that even if you don't know where they're really at?
That's a really good point. Jen, I think there's something.
I think one of the main stumbling blocks when you're dealing with a young child, most kids can have a picture system and understand that, but it's very hard for professionals and adults to gear their minds to go lower, and to understand that objects have to be maybe the starting point, and they're already doing that anyway as a young child, so why wouldn't you start there if that's where they're cognitively at?
And I always like to, when I've heard this before, is I always say, what do we nowadays, my niece, my brother and sister-in-law did this, what do we teach babies all the time? We teach baby sign all the time. And those are typically developing people, and so we're already implementing AAC with very, very young infants, so why can't we just try this with your young client who might not be speaking at the age of 2, because we might as well try something. And I think, like I had already said with the no known cognitive prerequisites, that I would say that at the very basis, communication is social reciprocation, right? I say something to Jen, Jen says something back to me, so that social reciprocity is that you have to have some sort of sense of cause and effect. And if you think about when cause and effect develops in young kids, it develops pretty early on. But if you're not there and you're not sure where the cognitive level is and if they're super low, try some cause and effect stuff and see what works. I think a lot of times we take for granted how simple communication at its purest form is, and I always like to liken this to sleep training. So, for those of you that have sleep trained, and I don't have children, however, I've gone through this with my brother and sister-in-law with my niece, is that, when you're sleep training, if the baby cries, what do? You let the child cry, right? You don't go get the child. However, my brother and sister-in-law, what do they do when my niece Avery cries? Well, they're like, oh God, I can't do it. And so they go get her. Well, she has just learned that her crying is communicating what? Mom and Dad are going to come if I cry, so gosh darn it, I'm going to cry all night long, because how fun is this that they come running into my room every time? Needless to say, they weren't very successful, and she's now 4, and they still haven't quite gotten there. But I think you've got to kind of go back to that. Communication at its most basic form is cause and effect, and it's just like that sleep training. Everything we're doing is communicating something. So whether that be a cry, whether that be a hit, and you've got to kind of figure out how am I responding to that, and how is that teaching the client that I'm working with what I want to be teaching. Oh, 1 second, we're going to get to the mic. We want to make sure your questions are all recorded for everyone.
This isn't necessarily a question, but a great read, going back to what John, is that your name? There's a book called Ghost Boy, and it's about a gentleman who, as an adult, gets AAC, but it talks about his life, and his cognitive ability was a lot higher than what he was ever allowed to experience in his school experience, and it is a great read. So I would encourage you all. It's a little detour for what you're talking about, but fits in well here.
Absolutely. Thank you. Did everybody get that, Ghost Boy? If you want to write that down. Thank you.
Okay, and the next one that we want to go over is a child does not require AAC until school age. It doesn't line up with everything we've just talked about. So the facts are that an AAC system helps the child to transition into academics, and so we really want them to be efficient users of that system so that they can participate and not kind of lose ground as they're entering school and learning those key skills. Anyone have anything to add to that one? A child with severe cognitive deficits cannot learn to use an AAC system. We kind of just talked about this with, there's no known preliminary skills that you have to work on an AAC system. And, trialing different systems and visuals to implement and see what is the best and effective tool to use with them can be really helpful. The next one is that a child must, I'm having trouble reading this one. A child must exhibit certain specific cognitive prerequisites before being able to learn the system. So that one, want to look at, teaching cause and effect if they are very low, and then working up from there. So this one here, this is kind of an older article with different vernacular, but AAC system may make the child look abnormal. Has anyone gotten that response? Okay, Jen's coming for you.
Yeah, I had parents who said, I don't want my child with any system because it makes him look different. And so we said, well, him having his maladaptive behaviors is more impacting his difference than carrying around a notebook or a communication system.
Right. And isn't it most important for him to be able to express himself in an appropriate way? I agree with that. Any other comments on this one?
I
I think also to add to that, there was some research done a few years ago about iPads being socially accepted. And in schools now, every kid has an iPad, so if a kid has an iPad as a communication device, it's more socially accepted than it has been in the past.
Anyone else? All right.
Okay.
That was our last.
Oh, I'm going to throw one more out there because when you're talking about the iPads in the schools. So let me throw this out at you. An iPad should have both a communication app and games on it. No. Yeah. Okay, so this is something that I see happen a lot, and I'm not saying there aren't clients that can easily navigate between the two. There are. However, I will tell you that you need to know that they can do that, because I had a client that I went and observed one time, and she was in the school, and they were eating breakfast, and I thought, well, awesome, she has her communication iPad, but then she needed to wait for the other students, and they pulled down her communication app, and then they pulled up a task. So it was she had to spell the word dog, and she did not want to do it. How was she supposed to tell them no? Or how is she supposed to tell them I need help? She has no way of doing that. So I just caution you, if you have that, make sure that your client can do both, and that your client's not just on there to play games, because I think now with the socialization of iPads, most people look at that. What we do is we just have a blanket rule at Heartspring that any of our students that have a communication app that is only used for communication, we use guided access to lock that down. So if anybody's not familiar with that, guided access on the Apple iPads will help you lock it down, so that communication app is the only thing you can use. And that's been really helpful. And what we do is if you want to leisure iPad, we have you put it in a completely different looking case so that the students can start discriminating the difference between both of them. But again, just be kind of thinking, okay, well, if he had that, how does he communicate? And if he can get in and out of the apps, that's awesome. But if he can't, then maybe that's not the right choice. And I had a student one time say, well, what if they don't have enough money to buy a leisure iPad? I said, well, I didn't have a leisure iPad growing up, and I turned out just fine, I think. So that's just my own 2 cents on that. Okay, we'll take a break until 11 o'clock. So you've got about 7 minutes, and then we'll talk about assessments when you get back. Okay, guys, one of the questions that I know some of you have had is, when will the video be posted, and how will I get access to that? So the video is going to be posted here in a couple weeks, and you will have access to that on the Google Drive. We will put that link up there, and what I can do is when we post that, I can email out to the Eventbrite group and just let everybody know that it's been posted. So you guys can share that or watch it. Okay. So now we're going to start talking a little bit about AAC assessments. So navigating the waters, that's what I like to call this, because AAC assessments are complex. This is kind of my personal passion, and what my research is all on is how do we do this. And it's been a learning experience. So I probably helped with my first AAC assessment about 9 years ago, and just kind of fell in love with the whole process. So I'm really hoping, too, that if you guys are listening through this, that you're picking up pieces of this. I will tell you, I know this is not going to be completely feasible for every one of your clients. So know that. But what I do think is important that you know is that what are the basic steps that kind of need to happen, and knowing, okay, I might not be able to complete all of these, but here are the pieces that are really important for my client. Don't be that person that just gives everybody the same system because that's what's working. Or if it's working, that's fine. But don't be that person that just gives everybody the same system because that's what's most convenient for you. Okay, so I really like this ergonomic equation because I'm apparently a nerd like that. But I think we don't often think about when this says assistive technology, so it works for that too, but it can also work for AAC. We don't think enough about why isn't something working. We don't work around those questions enough. We just say it's not working, throw it out, try something new. I've had a lot of clients where they say, well, we tried this, this, and this, and it didn't work. And I say, okay, well, we might try it again because we're going to troubleshoot through why isn't something working. So successful use of a device is the motivation of the user to complete a given task over the physical, cognitive, linguistic efforts and time load. So what I'm hoping that you see from this is if a student is not motivated to use a system, will he use it? No. How many times have we just gone in and done tasks with our students and said, oh, he won't use it? Well, that's kind of our fault. Why is he not motivated to use it? Now, my population that I work with are almost all diagnosed with ASD, and so I know if we're going to go practice social greetings, I'm going to have something to reward my client with because he really doesn't care to go practice social greetings. So I'm going to make sure that I've done maybe a reinforcer inventory, and you don't need anything fancy to do that. Just get a bunch of stuff and see what your kid likes. We one time had a student who we weren't sure what his reinforcers were, and he was a little bit more difficult to figure it out, and so we actually took him to Target, and we let him walk down the aisles, and he chose a tap light. Who would have ever guessed that he wanted a tap light as his reinforcer? But he did, and he loved working to play with his tap light. So if you can't do that, and I know, again, not everybody can do that, but maybe you can flip through a magazine, pull up Target online, see what they've got, see what you can do to get that motivation there. Part of the other reason that I've been using this equation recently is because, and I'm going to ask you guys this, has anybody now had an influx of parents of their verbal kids who say, well, if he just had an iPad, he could be creating 5-word sentences? We've been having that happen a lot. I like to call that one the Dateline effect. I watched Dateline last night, and miraculously, my 18-year-old was unlocked through the use of an iPad. Well, there's lots of questions that I have about that. Mainly, what was he using to communicate before that? Where was the SLP prior to that? Because contrary to popular belief, iPads with communication apps are not magical beans that magically turn your student into a communicator. You have to teach. You do an assessment to find out what fits, and then you have to teach the system. It's not, I did my assessment and now we're done. Awesome, he can use it. I had a parent one time tell me, I'm so happy this is happening because we're just going to see his communication, fly and go so high. And I'm like, whoa, 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 that's not what this means. This means that he's got a system now, and hopefully we can teach him maybe faster, but that doesn't mean that magically his communication skills are going to change. So for those parents of the kids who are verbal, I like to use this because if it's taking too much effort for that verbal kid to type out on a device or to find pictures, he's not going to use it. And I think a lot of times parents see these things and they just think, well, that's the fix. That's the fix. And something we're not going to talk about today, but I think is really important for anybody when you're dealing with these kinds of questions, and especially with those myths, is look into narrative therapy practices. Narrative therapy is a wonderful, wonderful therapy tool where basically what you're doing is you're looking at what is this person's story. So if I've got a mother over here and my client, and she says, I know that he can speak in 3-word utterances, but if he had an iPad, it would just change everything. So instead of just telling her, well, that's not true, that's not going to happen, I have to really think around the issue. This is what I always tell my students. You have to think around every aspect of the issue and saying, this parent, what is her story? Well, her story is that she wants a kid who can actually communicate with others. And then I've got to kind of take that and then base my answer to her off of that. I know you want him to be successful. I get that. And you know what? Maybe we try it and see if it happens. We're going to take some data to see. My initial thought is it might not. So I'm priming her to let her know that, but we can take some data and see. And then if it doesn't work, then we can kind of go back to something like this and talk about, he's doing really great using his 3-word utterances. He's getting a lot of needs and mets with that. And maybe we're going to try something again in a year. Or maybe we're going to try something different. Or maybe here are some of the goals that we're going to work on to help increase that length of utterance. But that's why I really like this, too, because I think a lot of times it can help answer several questions. Why aren't they using it? It can help give you a little bit of information to give to parents as well. Okay, so assessments. Step 1. Think about your client. Remember that one-size-fits-all does not work. And is high tech the best option? So this is kind of one of my soapbox for those of you that are out there who have taken my class before. We have a false assumption as a society that high tech is always better. High tech is not always better, and I will tell you, and a lot of times it's actually worse for some clients. I had an IEP with a student one year, and he used a picture schedule. And they said, well, the school district said this, they said, well, we want him to have an iPad with his schedule on it. And I said, okay, why? Because all of the kids at our school have an iPad with their schedule on it. And I said, okay, well, he's transitioning to an adult placement in about 6 months, and the adult placement was on the phone. And I said, to the adult placement, what is the likelihood that you upkeep an iPad with a schedule on it? And they're like, oh, we'll be honest, no, very, very unlikely. So you've got to be thinking, why am I even trying a high-tech device? Okay, because a lot of times, and I've seen this before, you've got an iPad and it's just got yes and no on it, and that's their communication system. Well, if they need that auditory feedback from a device, then that makes a lot of sense. But most of the time, it's just, I don't know, iPads are better, right, than just a traditional piece of paper with yes, no on it where you can point. I can tell you from my experience with my kiddos that they break iPads all the time, and so if a no-tech system works, we really need to be doing a no-tech system. Some things that we always think about is, where are we at with our clients? And we serve clients up to age of 21, and if they're getting ready to transition, is moving to a high-tech system the most beneficial for them if they're doing well with a no-tech system? And we ask that because, I don't know if any of you are familiar with adult placements, but the ones that we've toured and the ones we've talked to are not great about upkeep of high-tech systems. I don't know if you want to speak to that at all, Lisa. Yeah.
Whether they're on the spectrum or whatever, you have so many more people working with them, and so it adds, if it is good, it needs to kind of pay for itself in the sense that you need to make sure you're training. There's a lot of training that has to go in for them to continue into adult services, because there's no device, maybe I'm wrong about that because I've got a narrow experience, but this requires constant upkeep, and that's not going away. And I wouldn't trade it for the world, but it is a reality.
And I think a lot of times when I'm training people, I talk about the reality, like you said. Like, is this system perfect for them? Maybe, but what is the reality? And you can have an absolute perfect system, and if it's not the reality that it's going to be implemented or something like that, then maybe you need to start brainstorming other ideas, or how can I do a better training maybe? Yes.
In transitioning to adult services, and I've worked that in too, it really is best by that time that the student has a system that they themselves use independently to the extent that they demonstrate it to the staff at the facility, because otherwise all the mandates that you deal with in special education go away in adult services. You have an entire spectrum of agencies, and it is up to the person, the student who's going to be a person served, and their family, especially if they have guardianship, to evaluate those services in terms of how appropriate they are. And and there are parts of this state where you're limited. They're like one or two providers, and that's it. So it really is important that whatever they have is something that is pretty much up and running, because you're going to be responsible for it, and your person's going to be responsible for that. I don't really see changing what you're doing 6 months before, unless it comes from the person themselves.
And from our experience, like I said, we have students that we serve that come, I think we're at 8 different states right now. From our experience, Kansas has actually been the best in what we provide for adult services, and it's wonderful, but it's not as much as we need. And so that gives you any idea of the state of that. Okay, so like I said, you just need to be thinking, are no tech options working? And I'll go back again to when you used to have to write AAC evals to get devices funded. One portion of that is why a no tech system won't work. And we're going to pull up an eval template here in a minute. And I think it's really important that you still figure that out, and that you figure, am I just doing this because it's technology, or am I doing this because my students outgrowing their communication system? They're learning a lot of vocabulary very quickly. I can tell you one of the stories how I figured this out. I had a student who had a point and carry book, and he did beautifully with it. And we were so excited because we were going to do a high-tech AAC eval to see what system he might do better with, and he crashed and burned. He would just look at me and just hit a button and just not even care about it. And one thing we found out was he didn't like technology. And so even though we had all of these great ideas, and had I not done an eval or some sort of assessment to see if that system would work, we would have spent a lot of money, or as parents or districts spend a lot of money for something that was never going to work for him. So we just sat down and brainstormed, how can we make a more robust system for him that has maybe more pictures per page, the pictures are a little bit, or the page is a little bit bigger, so that we found the right fit for him. But had I not done that, we would have wasted a lot of time and money doing that. And so I think hopefully you're kind of seeing, yes, this is very important, because it is. And it's important, obviously, to individualize like we've talked about. I also think you need to be thinking, am I trying to augment speech, or am I providing an alternative to speech? So one framework that you have access to is the SET framework. So it's the Student Environment Task and Tool. This is a great resource if you're trying to augment communication, in my own opinion, and I'll explain why in a second. So what you're doing is you're looking at the student and what are their strengths, what are their needs, what environments might they need assistance in, and then the tasks they might need it, and then what tools might help you meet that need. So if you're looking to just augment communication, so maybe you've got a client that is minimally verbal and they're really having trouble in one particular class. So maybe you provide a communication board in that classroom so that they've got some options of what to do. So you're saying, I don't need it in all my environments, but maybe just in this one particular class. The reason I like to do a little bit different when I'm actually, for a completely nonverbal student, a little bit different is because I think when you're looking at this, it should be every environment and every task should be utilizing this system. So that's why I think this is great if you're just looking to augment, or if you're doing an actual assistive technology eval, it's a great resource to use. Okay, first step. For those of you that work with me, I'm really big on defining team roles, and this is why. So Binger and her colleagues quoted, "We have witnessed firsthand how failure to clearly define assessment roles often can result in compromised AAC outcomes, such as device abandonment." So how many of you have been on a team before, and they say, okay, I need you to do this, and you all just kind of look at each other like, well, who's going to do it? Yes, probably all of us at some point in time. That's hard, but it's really important at the beginning of this process, which is why I have this at the very beginning, that you sit down and define who is doing what. And I'm going to mention this in a minute, but start figuring out funding from the get-go. Start looking into different funding resources. We had a client one time whose dad just sent out an email, and his company had a grant that they would pay for something like that for people with special needs. Exhaust no options. If you find that a system works and funding is the only obstacle, reach out on those Facebook groups. We have an AAC funding on the Google Doc, and I think Jessica is our only one on it right now in the back, because she has a lot more experience with that than I do. So really don't let that be a barrier if you're running into funding issues, because most of the time you can figure out something. So start from the beginning. Who's responsible for what? Who's actually going to do the assessment? Who's going to write the report? There's lots of different roles that can be involved in this assessment process, but find out who's doing what. All right, so what do we need to know about the client? Well, how do we find that out? If your client is nonverbal, you speak to the family. You speak to those people that are in their inner circle that know that client best. Do observations if you have time. Again, I know nobody's going to be able to do all of these things, but these are just things you should keep in the back of your head, and maybe triage what might be the most important. But you need to know who your client is. Gather information about their current functioning. If you've got their current IEP, look through that. Talk to people. One of the resources we have on here are the WADI, which is the Wisconsin Assistive Technology Initiative, I believe. And what that is it's a whole packet, and it's got information that you gather from all of the different service providers. We don't use the entire packet, we just use bits and pieces of it, so you can absolutely do that as well. But again, it's just another resource for you. I can't say this enough. What motivates your student? If it is M&Ms, if it is a tap light, if it is a fan, we've had students that are obsessed with fans, figure out what motivates them from the beginning. Find out those options by talking to the different people around them, talking to their teachers, their paras, because this is going to be how you can get the most bang for your buck when you do your AAC assessment, is find out what motivates them. AAC Genie is also an app. It's only $5.99. It's a great app that gives you, I think, 14 different subtests that you can go through and figure out some information before you start too about the types of systems you might want. There's the communication matrix, which will give you some initial information, and the great thing about that is that you can use it over and over again, and so you can compare results. And so if you're running, if you say, okay, we did this in This is where my client's at, and maybe a year from now you can do it again and say, okay, this is how much progress he's made with that. And then again, like I said, the mode and direction assessment will give you some of that initial information you need to gather as well. Okay, so the next part is what barriers and strengths are present for the client. So there's something called a participation inventory. So what you do is you do an observation of your client and then find out how he or she is participating in the activity versus a verbal counterpart. So let's say that we're doing a book reading, or I'm doing a group with a group of my students, and I'm asking the verbal client a lot more questions than I'm asking the nonverbal client. Has anybody seen that happen? Yeah. Well, that's not great participation for our nonverbal client, is it? No. So this is a really good way where you can sit down, and maybe you even have the teacher fill this out or a para fill this out, but you're just looking compared to that other peer who is verbal, how is he or she participating? And then there's also opportunity barriers that you're going to look at. So opportunity barriers are ones that are extrinsic to the student. So maybe an opportunity barrier to that participation is he doesn't have a way to communicate. So it's going to be real hard to ask him a question if he has no way to answer your question. And then maybe it's access barriers. So that's more intrinsic to the student, so related to his needs. So maybe we do have a communication board, but he can't point at all. And so that's going to be an access barrier for the client. Identify the strengths, because again, I think a lot of times we always talk about the needs and the deficits, but what strengths does your client have? Figure that out through team meetings, parent interviews, and maybe it's fine motor, maybe it's gross motor, maybe it's any of those things, but what strengths overall does your client have? And then I think finally figuring out before you start, what is my overall goal? I always say our overall goal is for our clients to function independently as to their functioning level, as to what that means for them. So maybe my overall goal for one of my clients is that he can independently go to Walmart by himself and be able to ask to use the restroom. Maybe for another one of my clients, it's just the fact that when we go into Walmart that he indicates that he needs to use the bathroom. I think you've got to be kind of thinking about that early on, like what is our goal by providing this system to our client? Maybe it's to participate more in academic settings, any of that. Okay, so now that you've gathered all that information, what are you going to do? You're going to start the actual assessment. Again, you're not fitting a system to a client, because that would be like saying all of you are going to speak like me for the rest of the day. That doesn't make sense. That's not individualized. So feature matching, what is it? So feature matching means you look at features of a system that you might need, and then you match and find systems that work within that. So for instance, I had a client one time who was a very proficient speller. So we knew that we needed a keyboard or keyboard access on every page for her to easily get to. Now, for some of my younger clients or lower functioning clients, that wouldn't make sense to get an app that had a keyboard because they don't need it. We don't do this often enough when we're trying to find systems, is figuring out what features do we need and how can we match systems to that. So, okay, you figure out what features, how do you actually find the systems, right? Google. I love Google, right? It's such a great tool to be able to do that and reach out and ask people. Go on those Facebook groups, say, hey, I need a system that's got X, Y, and Z. Does anybody know? Especially for somebody like Lauren, you need a system that has maybe eye gaze function and the pointer, not the laser. And the laser, now I just messed it up again, and that function for her to access. For instance, so I had a client, actually, Justice, who you guys all met, or some of you met as he was going around. He used an iPad wonderfully, but it was not working because we had behaviors over the technology involved with iPad. So that's when we took him back to a communication board. And I said one day, I was like, I know there used to be a device that was like a keyboard basically with just a screen on it, because I know one of our students had it like 9 years ago. And so we just did some Googling. And thankfully we had, I believe it's Andrew from Toby Dynavox, came out and he got us a loaner so that we could try it, and it works great for him now, for those of you that got to interact with him. But it's just figuring out what features do I need. I also always tell my students, if you are working on, let's say you've got your client and he's got his iPad and he can't scroll. And so you're like, I think it'd be really helpful if this app had a scroll feature. Google it. Because a lot of times you don't even know all of the different features these apps have. If they don't have it, then email the developer. And a lot of times with further updates, they'll update some of those. And I did ask them to turn it warmer in here, in case anybody's wondering. I never know if it's turn it up or turn it down. I get really confused with that. So I've asked them to make it warmer in here, for those of you wondering. Maybe you need to borrow a system to trial. Wichita State reached out to us recently and said, hey, do you guys have this system? We'd like to trial it with somebody. And we said, absolutely, let's do it. There are lending libraries. There are lots of different ways you can do that. Hardware considerations. I cannot emphasize this enough. We did a study a couple years ago where we asked what people considered when doing AAC assessments, and out of the 139 people, how many people do you think said that they consider hardware? One person out of 139 said that they consider hardware. You can have the best software on a system, and if you don't have hardware that's going to keep it upkept for your client, it is not going to work. You are going to have it in the shop getting repaired more often than you're going to have it actually with the client. And at that point, why did you even go through all of this if they're not going to have it? So please keep that in mind when you're thinking about that. Like I said, reaching out to those professional resources and staying current with those Facebook groups. Those are some ways that you can figure out what devices or apps I'm going to trial. How should it look? So here's, again, I'm going to tell you, this is ideal. I know not everybody can do this, and that's okay. But just things to think about. Don't, if you can, trial it just in one environment, because a lot of times, how many of us communicate differently in different environments or act different? Yes, if you saw me at happy hour on a Wednesday night, I might not, be talking about this. So try it across different environments and see what's working, what's not working, and across a time span. I got an AAC eval one time that said it was done in, I think it was like 51 minutes, and I thought, dang, I need them to teach me what they're doing, because that's really impressive. You could get it done in 51 minutes. How I personally like to do this, and again, I know not everybody can, is I do it in short little bursts, so maybe 5-minute sessions, a few minutes throughout the week. I don't want to oversatiate my client on what I'm doing. I want it to be fun. I want it to be like, oh, look what Dr. Holli brought in today. But that's how I like to do it, because it shouldn't be a sit-down work task, because how many of us have seen devices or communication books turn into work tasks? Absolutely. Lauren is agreeing with me. Thank you, Lauren. Yes, and that happens a lot. We'll get kids that come to us that have had an iPad only used for work, and they don't want to use it because that is a work task. That is not something that gets me all of the cool things that I want, like tap lights or M&Ms or whatever it may be. And like I said, use that information about those preferences to guide your sessions. So let me tell you this, because I've done this before. This is not how I always used to do things. I used to be like, oh, okay, well, today for our assessment time, I'm just going to bring in some Legos because he likes Legos. So I'm going to have him request the different colors. So he requests the colors. And then the next day, I'm going to bring in a ball, and we're just going to, I don't know, do something with the ball, like identify the ball or the colors. And he crashes and bombs the second day because he doesn't care about playing with the ball. Make sure you're comparing apples to apples. So if you are going to use one system and you're going to trial it because he really likes Legos and you're going to practice the colors, then make sure that you're doing that with every single system so that you make sure when you compare them at the end that they actually all do match up so you can see what actually works best. Okay. I can't stress this enough too. Please, please take data to make you an informed decision. It doesn't necessarily have to be number data. That doesn't necessarily have to be what you're taking. I always try to take two types of data. I always try to take qualitative. So that is, what is the preference? What is their general affect? I had a student who every time I brought in one system, chucked it across the room. I said, I think we can stop with this app right now because I don't think he likes it. He is communicating to me that he doesn't like it. And if you've got, let's say at the end, you're like, the student really likes these two different apps. See if you can do, if you have access to two iPads, that you can do two iPads sitting in front of them, one with this system on it, one with this system on it, and see, just offer what they want and see what they choose. When I'm actually doing the AAC eval, I like to do a lot of backwards chaining. So what do I mean by that? So if we're working on colors for the Legos, because I know a lot of times people are places where they can't provide a lot of food, if we're working on colors with the Legos, what I might do is I might first show them I want, and then go descriptive, color, blue. And then maybe the next time I'm going to do I want descriptions, color, and I'm going to let him hit blue. And then the next time I'm going to let him do that task or that sequence a little bit more independently. What I normally do is I will do that a few different times with the client when we first start without taking any data on it, just so I can practice a little bit with them. So as far as quantitative, I like to take two types of quantitative, and I'll tell you why. So steps is how far into the system can he navigate. So for that, I want descriptive color blue. So he hits I want, so that's one step. He hits the descriptive button, he hits colors, and then he hits blue. So that is a 4-step process to say I want blue. The reason I do that, and I'm pretty specific about all of this in my report that I write, is because there are systems where just to say I want blue might take 7 steps, and it might not be 4 steps, and you need to be aware of that, because when you're recommending something, if it takes them too many steps, maybe they didn't do as well on that system because of that. You'll never know for sure, but it appears that he didn't do as well because of that. And also vocabulary. So all vocabulary is he hitting the buttons he needs to hit? So is he hitting I want? Is he hitting, so that would be a plus, yes. Did he hit the descriptions? Yes, plus. Did he hit colors? Yes, plus. Blue, yes, plus. Or maybe he didn't hit blue, so you count a minus. And so you're going to have a lot more in terms of actual data from the vocabulary part, but it's just, are they accessing that? So something else I'm looking at when I'm doing that is, are there mishits happening? Are there a lot of mishits happening? Are they able to clear the sentence strip by themselves? Are they recognizing when they hit the wrong button? And I can tell you from experience, write all of this stuff down while you're doing it, because when you go back to write the report, it's almost always you're like, why didn't I keep track of that? Like, I knew he did something specific with this system, but I have no idea what. So that's how you're going to collect some data. So now, okay, you've got all of your data collected, you're looking at it, and you're like, okay, how do I recommend? I really like in report writing when you clearly define why a system was chosen and why wasn't chosen. And it can be just straight up, was more independent with vocabulary data on this system, that's fine. But I think it's important that you explain why you chose or didn't choose. I like to do, I call this my own little evidence-based AAC decision-making map, because I think we need to realize that even though our quantitative and qualitative data may point to a system, we also have to use our own experiences. So maybe that's, you know that the system stalls all of the time, or that the system has horrible tech support, and that's something you're going to need. And what are the clients and family wants and needs for that system too? You have to take all 3 of those pieces into consideration, because we actually had one time a student did really well with one system, and we said, you know, I know based on, you know, our experience with this that it's not really a great system if you need to call support all the time, and they don't really offer a whole lot of support, so I don't think this is actually, we're not going to choose it based on this reason. You could also argue, why did you even trial it if you already knew that? That would be a good point too after the fact. So when it comes to funding, and I know funding can be super, super tricky, like I said, start identifying that early on. There's an app, website here, aacfunding.com. There's a couple other on actual Google Docs, and this is an area that I will tell you guys I am not great in. I don't have to deal with the funding side of things very often, so if you guys have other resources, please email those to me, and I will get them all uploaded to the Google Doc. This is, I feel like, one of those areas where people probably need to reach out and get help for a lot, and having those resources available to you would be very important. Okay, so we're going to pull up an AAC eval template real quick. Now, I will tell you there's tons of different templates. So it could be anything. Oh, Dave, that's you. Or Kendall, thank you. I will tell you that depending on what, yes, thank you. Depending on who you're looking for, what your client looks like, what company you might be going through, these can all look different. If you know that you're going to go through PRC to get a system, reach out to PRC, because a lot of times they will have templates for you to follow. This is kind of our own internal one that we've done ourselves. You have access to this whole template online. It's not the only template. It is just one that we use that we think is pretty thorough, and it helps us when we've got some questions. So as you can see, we've just got some simple background information, their current status. So we, most of the time, take this current status from their present levels. So in their present levels, we talk about expressive language, receptive language, pragmatic language, and then their current goals that they have, their fine motor ability, their reading, oral motor skills, and all of that, again, is coming from your team interviews. I will say this again, too. I know this is not necessarily what needs to come out of every AAC eval that you're writing. I hope that as you're sitting here today, and when you leave today, that you're thinking, am I actually assessing? am I making sure that this system fits? And if I need to do something like this, a full-blown eval, that you at least now have a little bit of a knowledge base with it, and that you now know where to go to get help with this kind of thing if you need to do it. Okay, so the device trials. You can see here we put on there why they were chosen. And again, I think those are things that help you kind of be meta aware, or think about, why did I choose these, or did I just choose these because they were what were available to me? And then you can see here we put static screen devices were not a part of the selection because they didn't allow for more vocabulary without switching out overlays, decrease the amount of vocabulary so-and-so has. And then we have in there too how much current vocabulary he has access to. Again, this is that reasoning behind why he was a candidate for a high-tech system. You have to explain why lower tech systems would not work for your client. And then so we've got the results. So for each one, we use a description of the device, the page sets that we use. So when I say page sets, I mean, did we use child 9? Or maybe on Proloquo to Go, we'd say we used a 9x12 grid. Again, I'll say this, it's important because sometimes you forget to write that stuff down, and then at the end you are wondering, what on earth was I doing with that one? So write that down for you. Also know that as you're doing the AAC eval, maybe you're changing the amount of page sets. So maybe, I always like to say, when you're trying to figure out where to start, the zone of proximal development. So are we all familiar with that? Okay, so that's kind of like it's a stair step. So if I think my client's here, I'm gonna start with an AAC system that might be one step above and see where they do. If they do horrible with it, then I might go one step down. And so maybe I've only got a 4x12 grid instead of a 6x5 grid, or that's the opposite way. Maybe I'll go down on the amount of pictures. So it's okay within the eval when you're doing that to say, this isn't working, I think I want to try a smaller symbol set, or smaller grid. Okay, so on there you've got all the different devices that were trialed. We've also, be thinking about the iPads if you're trying those. Should I try a mini or should I try a full size? And some things that go through our mind when we factor into that is, if it's a very small child, and doesn't have to be child client, maybe a mini is going to be better for them because it's going to be rather cumbersome to have a larger device. But I would still make sure that you assess, can they access the smaller buttons on that iPad mini? Then in here you've got the feature match, feature skill match. And then that's where you're putting any of that information. This is why I chose all of these systems, because these are the features that they need. So you can use these as examples. You don't have to. So then we have our actual recommendation. Oh, let me go back. Okay, so you can see here with Touch Chat, or let's go to Proloquo to Go. It says this application was not chosen, so we put in the percentages, because name showed issues activating the buttons and he was more independent with another application. So that's what I'm talking about when you're saying why I didn't recommend this system. Sometimes I see reports that don't say anything about any of that, and then you have no idea, okay, well here's everything, but why did you not recommend the system? And I can tell you that's important, because recently I had a student and I read his eval and I was very confused by the results of it. I didn't think the system was a good fit for this client, and the eval really gave me no information as to why they chose one over the other, and it didn't have any of these considerations in it, and so it was hard for me to understand where that person was coming from in the recommendation to see if maybe I was missing something. And then you can see with Touch Chat it said, this device was chosen. He also engaged in more with this application than others. For instance, he visually scanned his options and attempted to self-correct when he hit the wrong button. I am of the school of thought that I think the more examples you can provide in a report of exactly what happened is going to result in a better report. And I think you've always got to be thinking, somebody who's reading this, can they get an accurate picture of what's actually happening? So the more examples you can put in, the better. Okay, so then you've got the different case options, and this is where people always stop. Okay, so we recommended it, we're done. No. Please, please, please. What is my treatment and follow-up plan? And maybe you didn't write all of this. Maybe you're just dynamically assessing. That's okay, but always keep in the back of your head, what is my treatment and follow-up plan? Because we can pick the greatest, most wonderful device, and if there's no treatment or follow-up plan, it's not going to happen at all. So this actually, we pretty much define out exactly what's going to happen. So I'm going to use it in my sessions for the first week. Then I'm going to train the classroom. The classroom's going to use it for a week. Then we're going to move it over to the group home so that then he has access to it full time. We actually had a student one time who his treatment plan and follow-up plan was just that we really wanted him to learn that it was a device that he could use and get his needs and want with it. So we had staff have a fanny pack with M&Ms in it, and every time he asked for an M&M, we just reinforced that. Awesome job, Troy. Here's your M&M. Here's your M&M. Now, medical lightly told us that we could not do that for very long, as you can imagine. So we did it for an hour and a day until he started picking up on it. But it is so crucial that when you implement a new system, no matter whether you've done an eval for it or not, that you make sure that they are getting reinforced. Because just back to that cause and effect, if I ask Lisa a question and she doesn't answer me, how likely am I going to be able to ask her a question again? I'm not going to, because nobody's responding to me. So a lot of times that's why we say in here, respond to every single communicative attempt for those first, well, you should always do it. And it's okay to say if you ask for an M&M and it's 7 o'clock, it's not time for an M&M right now, you're going to have to wait. But you need to make sure that you're actually responding. We also set up trainings with the families that sometimes for us, since they don't live here, we do them via Skype or Zoom or something like that. And then I think also something that we don't keep in mind enough is when we're doing these evals, again, thinking back to that very beginning of that, what are our immediate goals, what are our short-term goals, and what are our long-term goals? And those can kind of broaden out the further out you get. But what are our immediate goals? Well, we are going to be making sure that we're adding vocabulary as needed. So that's kind of more of an us goal. All communication attempts are acknowledged, provided with opportunities to communicate throughout his day, and supplement verbal speech to effectively communicate wants and needs. And then short-term can be specific desires to staff. These aren't IEP goals. These are just what do you hope to come out of this device. And maybe long-term, you're thinking that he or she will communicate how he feels. And that might be a very good long-term goal, or will repair breakdowns. Again, this is uploaded for you guys to use if you need it. I'm not saying every single time you do an eval you have to have this in-depth of a report. But if you are trying to obtain funding for something, you need to make sure that you have a lot of information. One other little tip I can give you, you can switch back, is that if you can figure out a way in here to put medical necessity, and Jessica's taught me this, medical necessity in there, that will get you a better opportunity at getting funded. Jessica, do you want to tell us kind of how you put medical necessity into reports? Oh, thank you, Jen.
Yeah, so ASHA has a statement out. I just brought one up. I'm going to try and find it. Basically, it just talks about how communication is a right, and that is really what. Let me see if I can. Yeah, and that medical necessity of being able to communicate that they are hurt, that a certain body part hurts. I usually really push that throughout the report. Usually I do the comparison match on body parts just to really hammer that home. But there is a statement on the ASHA website. I'll find it and I'll send it to you so you can upload it.
Thank you. Okay. So, next steps. The next thing that you need to be thinking about, kind of like we talked about with that treatment and follow-up planners, training and education. So I like to use the circle of communication partners as just a visual to help remind you who needs to be trained. So the circle of communication partners, the people in my inner circle are those people that I communicate with a lot. So it might be my family, my spouse, any of those people. And those are going to be the people that you want to triage. I want to get these people trained first. So it's kind of the need to know versus the nice to know. It'd be nice to get all these other people trained, but right now, if I don't have very much time, these are the people that need to get trained right away. And you kind of go out from there. We're going to give you some resources this afternoon about training staff and training what does a partner and assistant look like, and we'll discuss that a little bit more. Counseling. Counseling is so big because I've already heard some parents or some attendees talking about the buy-in and the buy-in from parents or from staff. So especially when it comes to parents, if they've had in their idea that my kid is going to become verbal at some point in their life, you have to use those narrative therapy approaches to kind of come from where are they at, and now we're going to have to change their narrative about their client or their kid a little bit and kind of rework that. So again, narrative therapy. Define roles and responsibilities. It's kind of like my catchwords. Go through and say, like, who is going to be responsible? One thing you're going to get later this afternoon, too, is samples of roles and responsibilities for each professional, which I think can be really beneficial to say, these are the roles and responsibilities you have. I like to call them stakeholders, just because I think the weight of that word is really cool. So you're going to go through and say, here's what I need you to do for X to be successful. And maybe even have them sign that document, just kind of putting more weight on that. And then, like we just talked about, creating those goals. Now, you might think, hopefully, hey, yeah, we found it, we stopped. Well, as Lisa and Lauren have told you, the journey never stops when it comes to AAC. So really use that dynamic assessment. So now we've tested, we're teaching the system, and now we're going to keep testing to see, is it still working? Is it not working because of any other reasons? And this is, if you don't have time to do a full AAC eval, I get it, and you're not going to do them with all of your clients that need AAC, but you should be dynamically assessing any system. So when you ask, like, where do I start? Well, you start now, you print out some pictures, don't have board maker? Okay, don't draw some pictures if you need to. Give them a way to communicate and be assessing constantly. Is this working? Is it not working? And why is it not working? You don't need to have a big AAC eval if you can't do that. That's okay. But you need to at least be assessing, starting somewhere and seeing, is it working? Is it not working? And then do that follow-up training, See, I'm here, it's not working, so let me follow up and see what's going on with my circle of communication partners and my stakeholders. And then if you need to, at some point, you might have to do an addendum to your assessment, and that's okay too. And if you ever have to do something like that, you just reach out to one of us and we can help you. You don't have to necessarily do the whole thing over again. Okay, so I'm going to give you a problem, and then I want you guys to give me some answers. So a 13-year-old male diagnosed with ASD, nonverbal, an AAC evaluation was completed. The AAC evaluation consisted of explaining different communication applications to the parents and letting them choose what they wanted. And I kid you not, this happened. Yes. And it was a full report. You can raise your hand and we'll thank you.
The parents choosing the device for the child, I guess, is not necessarily what's best for the child or what works best and what they can communicate best with, just because the parents think it's the best. So I think that's a big potential issue.
Yes, I would say that's a huge issue. Oh, behind you, Jen.
A big thing is access method isn't taken into consideration, even if the child is able to use direct access. Some kids that I've worked with cannot scroll, or if they are in need of a key guard to support that direct access, and then scrolling is a feature of that particular application, it's nearly impossible to scroll with a key guard. So all of those things weren't taken into consideration.
What else? What would you think they've done differently? Or as you're sitting here now? Maybe everything we just talked about? Yeah. And like I said, again, it doesn't have to be a full-blown AAC evaluation. I'd rather you just do dynamic assessment of a couple different devices than even mess with that. That is getting the parents' wants and needs taken into consideration. So we will give them that. But this is one of the AAC evals that we got for one of our clients that came here. Not surprisingly, he wasn't using his system at all because it wasn't fit for him. Okay, so you've got an adult client in a hospital who's had a stroke. So you think we should provide him some way to communicate, right? Yes, okay, good. So we decide we're going to make him a communication notebook. So that's what I talked about earlier with, you've just got kind of the different pieces of paper in the different sleeves with some different stuff on it. What might you think might be some good things to put in that notebook for a client who's had a stroke and can't speak and is in the hospital? We're running Jen through an obstacle course today.
definitely speak on this one. So we started out with a body scale pictures, so he could tell us pain, where it's hurting, because he couldn't communicate.
Yeah. So starting, yeah, maybe that's what you want to put in there is a pain scale.
Keyboard.
A keyboard, yeah, so you can type out novel messages.
Pictures of family in case they're having trouble actually putting words with, like, what's what do you call that? Apraxia. When you can't think of what I'm doing. Yes.
Yeah.
You know, they know it's that person, but they can't come up with a word. I want to talk to them. They've lost some of their language.
Yes, if they've lost some of their language, that they can point to the picture. This is the person I want to talk to. What else? Yep, functional words like bathroom, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty. Turn the TV off, or it's too loud, it's too hot.
Fringe vocabulary that make them them.
Absolutely.
Because every person has different interests and things that make them unique. Make sure that that is still preserved.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I think that brings up a great point, because I think sometimes that we unintentionally do the one-size-fits-all for things like that. Instead of saying, okay, this is what was important to that person, maybe I need to have that on here. Oh.
I think additional visual supports to explain procedures, like when we would do modified barium swallow studies, and having a visual support of the actual anatomy was really helpful for health literacy as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Has anybody been in an, I know none of you are medical people out there, but been in a time where you've been with a loved one, family member, where this has happened, where they've lost their ability to communicate and nobody's provided them anything? Yeah, that happens a lot in the hospital. So now that you know, when you're there, you can be like, hey, I need you to provide something for them, or you could create your own too. So would we call that augmented or alternative? Depends what's going on, but yeah, it might be just for a short amount of time, so it might be just augmented, or based on the stroke, you might have it as alternative. All right, so I know we're out of time, so what I'm gonna do is just, if you've got other resources that you guys are using for AAC evals, I know there's lots, just shoot me an email and we'll make sure to get those all uploaded to the Google Doc. So let me check to make sure lunch is here.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Do you want to shut those doors? Maybe we'll. Okay. So my name is Ashley Elliott. I am a speech therapist on the residential side at Heartspring. I'm also the director of residential therapies.
I think I got it. Okay. I am Ashley Dysars. I am a board-certified behavior analyst at Heartspring, and I'm also the director of our ABA department in our residential school.
So we decided to do this presentation because we know there's a lot of overlap between ABA and speech therapists, so we wanted to talk about what Heartspring's model looks like, what we've seen outside of Heartspring, and then kind of talk to you guys if you've ran into this issue before in the past. So first we wanted to know, so has anyone ever done a poll, where you text in your answer? So we're going to pull that up real quick. Kendall will get that for me. So we're kind of curious who our audience is today. So you can text, and then that's, you text Ashley Elliott 869 to 37607. And then you can pick, if you're a speech therapist, you just send the letter A, and then so on. So let us know if you have troubles, and we can come around and help. Sorry, you had to pay to get an easier thing to text in. So this is something I do like to use sometimes with training, because it's a little interactive, and especially if I'm training a younger population, texting is everything. So, but yeah, I didn't want to pay. Oh, all teachers, yeah. Yeah, so you'll send Ashley Elliott 869, and then you'll send it, and it will tell you you're in the poll, and then you can send your, yep, sorry, I should have said that. Oh yeah, no E and Ashley, I spell my name difficult. We wanted to start off with some problem solving, just critical thinking. I know. Got lots of speech paths. We do have some BCBAs. You see that thing? 5%. Or ABA. Okay. I know. I like it. So it looks like a majority are SLPs, few BCBA or ABA, some teachers, and then some other. When I was walking around with Justice earlier, I met some parents and some parent educators and things like that. So I'm glad we have a wide variety here. Is anyone besides a parent or a para, are there any others here that, yeah, what are you? Oh, yep, we met last, okay, perfect. I'm glad you made it. Okay, for the speech therapist, how many of you currently work with a BCBA or ABA? Okay, so quite a few. Okay, perfect, good to know. Do you want to talk about trial model? Thank you guys for participating in that.
Okay, so I'm going to talk just a little bit about ABA and kind of an overview, and then what our model looks like at Heartspring. In our residential school, we have a little bit of a different model than typical BCBAs or school settings, or even from what SLPs are used to as well. So ABA is the science of behavior. So we apply behaviors and principles to real-life settings, and we work on improving socially significant behaviors and identifying the variables that are responsible for that behavior change. So what we're looking for are behaviors that are going to really impact the individual's life long term, and also impact the community members, and as well as their families, peers, and everyone around them. So BCBAs, Board Certified Behavior Analysts, it is a graduate level certification. We focus a lot on staff training and supervising registered behavior technicians and BCABAs, which are the assistant behavior analysts. So at Heartspring, we have our residential schools. We have paraeducators who are the direct care staff, and we have a team of BCBAs and behavior specialists. So the behavior specialists and BCBAs are responsible for doing all of the staff training and making sure that staff know how to run behavior plans, treatment plans, and then giving them modeling and feedback if they need assistance. Our students also have very challenging behaviors, so our behavior specialists are involved in writing those treatment plans and determining the functions of the behavior and trying to teach new replacement behaviors. So we have a lot more of an indirect role than typical BCBAs, and we, so at Heartspring, it's a little bit different, where in general settings, BCBAs might be providing treatment and doing them in sessions outside of school or in home. Our kids are with us 24/7, and so we're doing things in their homes as well as just kind of embedded throughout their days.
And then it was hard to put on one or two quick little slides everything that a speech language pathologist does, so I just picked a few key things that I thought would kind of overlap into ABA. So, I mean, as you all know, we work on listening, speaking, reading, all different ways, receptive and expressive language. We do analyze what may be contributing to a student's difficulty mastering the curriculum, so we're going to scaffold things down or up as we need to. One thing that's probably a lot different here than what you might see in the public schools, we do have quite a few AAC users. A large percent of our population is. So we deal a lot with AAC here, and I'm sure you guys deal too. So, you know, we make all of our materials, we do, make our strategies, collect data, and then also analyze that data every month when we do our progress reports. And then I work really closely with Ashley. We actually worked on a team together for a while over one of the group homes, and there's a lot of times I'll go to her when I'm having difficulties with a student who's having pretty significant behaviors during my session, and I'll just say, can you come and watch this and let me know if I can do something different. So I rely on her a lot. And so it's really nice to have her so close. I know that's not the case for everybody because you might not be working with a BCBA in your facility like we are. They might be at an ABA clinic, so you're not able to get easy access. Ashley's just right down the hallway from me. We meet a few times a week at least, depending on what we're working on. So we have a very close relationship, which is really nice.
Okay, so some of the things that speech-language pathologists and ABA has in common, we are supporting individuals with communication impairments and trying to help them improve their overall language abilities. In ABA, we use a lot of functional communication training, and that is a function-based intervention. So if they are having a lot of challenging behaviors over trying to request attention, we might teach them an appropriate way to request attention with functional communication training. We also are teaching receptive and expressive vocabulary. And then also recognizing the challenging behaviors as being communicative. So like I said, if they're trying to request attention, they may not know how to communicate that appropriately. And what has been reinforced in the past is I hit you and I get all of this attention. So really trying to recognize those as a communication weakness helps us all collaborate together and figure out interventions that way. Relying on data collection procedures. So we do a lot of data collection. Every intervention that we have and every program that we're working on, we have data collection. And then we are analyzing that data continuously, and sometimes we're even analyzing each other's data. So Ashley might look at our students' behavior data on a month that her kid just really is not making progress, and seeing if he's had a really bad month behaviorally, and trying to find out if those two things are kind of intertwined.
So the main thing here that we wanted to show was that, you know, there is a lot of overlap between the two of us, and so it does kind of become hard because you're like, well, I don't want to step on their toes, but also this is in my scope of practice too. And so we just have really had to work hard together to build that relationship so we're comfortable going to each other, and we're comfortable you know, presenting any research that we're finding, and we're comfortable working together to find out what works best for our students, because, you know, if we're on the same page, then, you know, we're more likely to give the parents the same information, and, you know, just present as a united team. So they're not getting information from the speech therapist that's different than from the BCBA. And so that's really important because the parents, since our kids live here on campus, they really rely on us, the team, to give them reports on how the kids are doing. You know, any progress on goals or lack of progress on goals, like Ashley gave the example earlier about, and that was true. I had a kid that was just kind of tanking on all of my goals, and I finally was like, I have to look at his behavior data, and Ashley pulled it up for me, and I was like, oh, well, his last 3 months have been the highest behaviors that we've seen. And so staff aren't able to consistently run that goal. I was having difficulties in my own sessions, and so, you know, it was like, well, and he was also dropping in all areas, so it wasn't just mine. His education goals were also dropping. And so it was nice to have that confirmation and that data to show parents, so I can be like, you know, I've really been having a hard time, and I've been doing some troubleshooting, and I've been working with Ashley, but we really need to try to get these behaviors under control because he's not in a place where he's going to sit with me and really focus on getting these goals done. So we work together, and we share data just like Ashley said. So So we, some of the different approaches, things that we've found that are different for us. BCBA's, as far as Ashley's told me, they don't always focus on carrier phrases. So we're focusing on increasing that MLU. I want to get a carrier phrase in there, so that way we can expand those utterances. And then Ashley, kind of their thoughts on that.
So in ABA, a lot of times, and this might be a priority for some students, is to work on those types of things. Generally in our field or in our area at Heartspring, those are not necessarily things that the BCBAs are prioritizing, because our students have a lot of challenging behaviors, like I said. So when a student isn't able to communicate that they need to go to the bathroom, so instead they hit their staff to be able to get out of the room. We're going to teach them the most simple response to request the bathroom, whether that's tapping a thing on their desk, just saying bathroom, and reinforcing that behavior with taking them to the bathroom. So it's definitely not that we don't do it, but a lot of times the SLPs, that's more of a priority for them.
So another thing, which obviously we do look at target behaviors, and we do want to make sure that we're approaching those appropriately, but that's not my main target typically in a session with the student. I'm focusing on the language, what their goals are with me. And so, like I said, if I'm having issues with a behavior during my sessions, that's when I really rely on the BCBA or the behavior specialist to come in, and that's your main area. So, so she's able to come in and give me that input, which is really nice. And then also, we've run into some organization of communication systems. I don't know if anyone's ever run into that issue. I see some heads nodding. How to organize communication systems. So we do differ a little bit on that. Kind of what's your approach, I guess, on that with here?
Kind of our most current hotspot a little bit. So one thing that we have been doing is kind of taking our kids with the absolute most top behaviors, our most challenging kids, and just starting from the bottom up to look at every single part of their day, all of their programming, to determine if there's any place that we can kind of revise things or try new things. So something that we have run into is the organization of communication systems. So the SLPs, they really have to work on getting them proficient in those communication devices or books, whatever type of communication system they're using. And so that means they have to give them access to the curriculum. So they might have things in there to match with their science and their math and all of those types of things. And then from a behavior perspective, we really try to look at what their current abilities are. If they can't even request for their most preferred things, we're not necessarily looking at can they respond in math class. So this is kind of where we've differed, and we saw a lot of shaking heads. So if anyone has any experiences with this or ways that they have solved this issue, please speak.
No, it's ongoing everywhere. Yeah, and that is one thing. A lot of our kids, I want to be able to give them, they have the right to participate in classroom conversations like any other kid. So if we're talking about animals that day, that kid has every right to say, my favorite animal is a dog. So if I ask, Jimmy, who's sitting next, who's verbal, and I say, what's your favorite dog? And he tells me it's a cat. Or what's your favorite animal? He says it's a cat. I also want the kid with AAC to be able to participate in that conversation. And so that's where we differ too, since I always try to chime in that since we are a school-based SLP, we have to give them access to that curriculum. I can't just allow them to request all day. We got to make sure and get some other forms of language in there. So.
Okay, so we did some research on finding tips for working together. So these are some things that are from different articles, and then also things that we have found successful in our daily lives here. So just taking the time to get to know each other, and sometimes outside of Heartspring, BCBAs might be contracted from outside agencies, and just kind of coming in maybe once a week, maybe once a month if they have a lot on their caseloads. So it's really important to just kind of take that time to get to know each other and understand where each other is coming from. And especially if you have a place where the SLP is only in once a week and the BCBA is only in once a week and they really never cross paths,
That can get really tricky if you aren't collaborating as often and kind of in the same room together. So, and then also just getting to know what goals they're working on to make sure that you guys can kind of get on the same page. We do a lot of that when it comes time to write IEPs. We sit down and talk about what goals are you working on and what are you working on, and how can we kind of put our goals together and make sure that we're all kind of trying to get to the same place. And if possible, observe each other working with students. This has been a big thing that Ashley and I have recently started doing, like she mentioned. If there's issues with speech goals and they're having a lot of behaviors, or if my student is having a lot of behaviors and I'm struggling, and maybe from a communication perspective, we might be able to teach him to communicate something new. So we always try to observe each other with things. Our BCBAs don't really work as directly with the student, so sometimes it might just be an observation that we ask the SLPs to come to. So consulting with the BCBA to get ideas, I kind of just said that, but and then if needed, taking ABC data during speech-related activities, so we can kind of get in and see what are they doing before, what's happening when they do have the behaviors in these sessions, and that can also help kind of with the fidelity of implementation, because here our staff are also responsible for running those speech goals. Sharing treatment efficacy data, so being willing to share research articles and other things, and kind of also approaching that carefully. And to not be offended if someone, if an SLP or a BCBA approaches you and says, hey, this is where I learned how to do functional communication training, and this is how we do it in ABA. And then the SLP comes back with a research article of, well, here's how we do it. That can always be a really great learning opportunity, and it's also really easily to kind of become defensive, I guess, with that. So just kind of being willing to open up to all of that.
And so, yeah, actually that's one that we ran into recently. I was sent a research article that I didn't quite agree with, and so I looked at what the other research said, and I just found something that I thought was a really good research article, peer-reviewed, and I also shared that at the same time. So it is hard, to not get offensive, but when it's not your own work, it's not my research, I don't have any ties to this, but I can still present it and say, this is what the research that I found says, and this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. So, and then it's just, really important to make sure that, you're really educated in the areas that you're working in. And so when I propose a new treatment protocol that I want to do, I really want to make sure that I've done the research, so I come prepared to answer questions if Ashley has any. That's really important. And same with her, she does a great job. She has a lot more research articles than I do. She'll bring a whole stack to me, and I'll say, yeah, I have time for that. But yeah, so that is important. And sometimes it's really interesting, actually, the different research that's out there. So yeah, like she said, they use a lot of functional communication training, and actually we had someone come in and do a training with the SLPs here over functional communication training that was just a little more in depth than what I've received in the past, and so I did think that was very helpful. And then, yeah, just sharing tips. When I work with a student, I'm really seeing a lot of progress when I do this, and so I let Ashley know this really seemed to work, and so maybe you can also implement that across the board with some students. Like Ashley said, the BCBAs here don't do as much direct contact with the students, but I typically do. I see the students multiple times a week, and so I want to share that information with her so she knows what I'm doing and also what's working for me during that time that I'm seeing those students. And then really just sharing any concerns about collaboration breakdown. So, if we do have different areas that we're not agreeing on, we really want to make sure that we take the time to talk to each other about it, because that can cause just a little bit of feuding in between us if we don't. So, like I said, we're really lucky because she is right down the hallway. So I am able just to go and grab her and let her know, maybe in that meeting I didn't agree with this. This is what I would have recommended instead, and we can really talk about that. So we're not kind of sitting there and stewing on that and really working ourselves up over it. So.
And one thing to add to the collaboration breakdowns is just when you do come to a conclusion, if you have more people on your team, I think just sharing that with them also can be a really good learning opportunity for people, and not having to set someone else to kind of go through that same thing and have to figure it out themselves. So just kind of say, hey, you know, we kind of got into a sticky situation with how the communication devices were organized. This is how we solved it, and hopefully this can help you in the future.
So that kind of goes into our next one. So yeah, we want to reduce the number of times that we reinvent the wheel. So, you know, if we're collaborating, we're able to find out things that have worked in the past, just like Ashley said. And also, it's just ultimately with us working together with everybody else, you know, OT, teachers, home coordinators, we're just giving the children the best possible support that they can have from the whole team when we're all on the same page and we're not arguing about different techniques that we want to use. So one thing we are going to cover next will be like the ABA's own language, I call it. They do have their own language, but it's really important because if a parent asks me what a MAND is, I should be able to answer that, and I can say, well, I'm also working on that in this way. So we do want to make sure that we're educated in that area. And with just better collaboration, professionals from both disciplines can learn to present clear information to our consumers, because that's the number one thing, is we want to make sure we're showing a united front with our parents. If a parent has a concern, we can both address that and we're on the same page.
Okay, so with the difference in language that Ashley mentioned, and one thing I do want to say about this is ABA does have their own kind of language that they use that really means the same thing, and that's really important for everyone to know. And there is an RBT training that it's a 40-hour online training, and you can take it even if you don't plan to become an RBT. And TASN, the Autism Network for Kansas, actually has a free one that you can do. And so if you're ever interested in learning about these things, to just kind of be able to understand it a little bit more, or if you don't have access to a BCBA or a behavior specialist, it kind of can give you some simple tools of how to try to work through things without that support as well.
And I actually took the TASN online training, and it was really good just to get some education. Oh, Holly, do you have a question?
Can you explain to everybody what is an RBT and what their job role is?
Yeah, so an RBT is a registered behavior technician. It is, like I said, a 40-hour training that they have to go through. It's online. The requirements are to have just a high school diploma. And so they're a lot of times the direct care staff, and they have to do a competency assessment, an exam, and then continuous supervision by a BCBA or a BCABA. So they're generally the ones who are implementing procedures, coming back to the BCBA to say, I'm really struggling with this, it's not working. And so they're a really big part of the therapy, and generally kind of that direct person.
And when I completed the training, my end goal was not to become an RBT. It was really just to get that education. So I knew some of the terminology, and I was able to speak to that. So I think you have to take a test to actually become an RBT. I didn't take that. I just took the course material so I could read about it myself and learn a little more about Ashley's profession. So.
Okay, so verbal behavior is the ABA term for it, and then we have what that means for SLPs as well. So echoics is what ABA calls it, and those are just repeating or imitating. So if I say there's an airplane and the student responds there's an airplane, that's an echoic because they're repeating what I said. A MAND is just a request, and then it's reinforced with that. So if a student walks up and says, I want water, you give them water. So that is a MAND or a request. Attacked is a label. Intraverbal is answering questions. So in reciprocal communication, conversations, and greetings, those are all examples of intraverbals. And then listener behavior is following directions, receptive vocabulary, demonstrating and understanding concepts. And so these are really important for everyone to know when talking to parents. and whoever else you're communicating with, just because if I come to a parent and I say, we're going to be working on manding and tacting for the next year, and then actually comes in and doesn't know what that means, or the parent's probably not going to know what it means either, and then she comes in and says, I'm teaching labeling and answering questions, then they're going to think that we're working on completely separate things, when really we're working on the same thing, we're just calling it something different. And that's something that BCBAs have to be careful of too, is assuming that people know what those mean. And so generally if I'm explaining it to parents or anyone else, just kind of using the language that everybody knows, which would be the way that SLPs call it too.
So one thing that we actually went on, Ashley and I are part of different Facebook groups, and we went on and we looked at complaints that either a speech therapist had about an ABA therapist or vice versa. And so what we kind of wanted to do here as a little group activity is I want you guys to kind of read through this, take a few minutes to talk with your table groups about how you would handle this. Because this is actually, I just copied it straight from Facebook. Some of them we had to clean up a little bit because they were, had some dirty language in them. So it's obvious to us that this is an issue. You know, people are frustrated.
And it didn't take us that long to find 5 slides worth, so.
Yeah, we found quite a bit. So, Holly, do you have a question?
Sorry, just on the previous slide. So you call it verbal behavior, and you've got things like a COEX where you're working on repeating and imitating. Can you do all of this with AAC as well?
You can, sort of. So technically, if they are using their AAC device, it wouldn't technically be a manned or attacked, because there's no really way to know and to communicate whether they're wanting it, whether they're just saying it. So we have one student who has a lizard in his communication device, and he'll sit there all day long and push lizard. Don't think he's actually wanting a lizard. He doesn't see a lizard. He's just pushing it. And so things like that. So technically, and when you're doing verbal behavior assessments, if they have an AAC device, it doesn't really, it's not a peer assessment. But when we do them here, we do assess them anyways, and then just write into it that they're technically not valid, but they, I mean, that's what we're really, really trying to work on with our kids, and most of our kids here do have the devices, and so we call it that, I guess.
And one thing that, that I forgot to mention was, which I didn't know, when we were making this presentation, and I found out BCBAs have training in PECS, so they go through the PECS training in their graduate program, correct? Yeah, so that was interesting to me because we don't even get that training in our graduate program. So I was blown away. Okay, so we'll get back to this. So yeah, take a few minutes to read over this, talk in your table groups, and we'll kind of see what ideas you guys have or how you would approach this if you were having this issue. Okay, so we'll come back together. Does anyone want to volunteer about how they would approach this, or have you had this issue in the past working with somebody? Anybody? No? There was a lot of talking, but nobody wants to share. So I'll start. So I think that we touched on this a lot already, that there is a lot of overlap in our two professions. And so one of the ways that I would hopefully avoid this situation is I would have met with Ashley, prior to the IEP to talk about what goals are you thinking about setting. So I know what she's working on, and then I can ask her, how are you going to target these? Why did you decide to do this? So kind of getting some of that explanation from her. And, it's really key how you approach her, because if I came in just accusing her, that conversation probably wouldn't go well. But we have a very open relationship, so luckily I'm able to go to her and kind of question, why did you make this decision? I also was going to target this, but I was going to target it in a different way, and then collaborating to see how we can make that work. So, okay, nobody has that, so we'll go on.
Has anybody had experience with that, this particular? I heard a lot of groups talking.
Everyone's
Yes,
being
no?
shy.
You won't hurt our feelings, I promise.
I think these are important topics to be talking about, so.
Some of the discussion around our table was you'd have to be careful not to have duplicate goals on an IEP. And I could see where, and I have not had a lot of experience with ABAs, but if your goal is to increase functional behavior skills and you're using communication as a basis to do that, I think the breakdown would be that you could say something like, and I'm kind of groping for words here, the techniques I'm using in order to reach this goal are, and then as listed on the speech and language goals. So you're not, because when I see this, I think parents are going to think we're idiots if they see an IEP with 2 pages of the same goals and objectives on it. So that was the discussion.
I think some of the overlap that we've seen before when we've talked about it is things like requesting a break. Like we both come in and we're like, obviously this kid needs to learn how to request a break. I was going to target, and then we might talk about, well, how about you go ahead and target it and I supplement that goal. So I'll be on as a support for that goal. I can still target that in my sessions with the kid, because probably in a 20-minute session with most of our students, they're going to need a little bit of a break at some point. So I can still target it, and I can report back, and I can take data for Ashley. But yeah, I agree. We don't want to have a lot of the same goals, because we want to make sure that we're growing in all areas. So that's a very good point. Okay. So this is another one, and I think this one was from a BCBA. So yes, so we'll let you guys read that and talk for a few minutes again. And I will say this is the one we had to edit a little bit. So.
Of course it was from a BCBA. Okay, what does everyone think about this one?
Hey, we had a question back here.
Yeah.
Can you explain what functional communication training is?
Yeah, so functional communication training is just a function-based training. So like I said, I gave the attention example. Another example of that would be really requesting a break. We would use functional communication training. We have done one, our most recent one is we have a student who most of her behaviors are for attention, and she is very, very vocal. And we taught her to take her work when she was finished with it and walk around the classroom and ask staff, am I doing a good job? And so then when she asked that appropriately, they would be like, oh my gosh, that looks so good, let me see what you did, and give her stars on her paper and all this overboard stuff, and that helped her not have to act out either during her work. It kind of motivated her to finish it. And so that was a function-based way to kind of replace that behavior. Okay, so has anyone dealt with something like this? Any ideas, thoughts? I see some giggles over here, so I want to hear from this table. That's all right. Let's get you a mic.
Okay. Really, the only time I dealt with something like this is way back when I was at Heartspring, so that's before, so where I had someone come in and say, well, why aren't you using PECs with someone? Well, and I was using at that time, a point and carry communication book, and the student was perfectly functional with that. I think when I look at this, part of the things that I think sometimes is happening is that the approach that BCBAs learn to language, even the terminology for it, verbal behavior, has become, it's also the basis of a theoretical approach to language. And speech language pathologist, it's a little bit more different. It depends kind of on where you're from and what your teachers choose to emphasize. Like where I came from, it was an emphasis on what's called the innate theory, that humans are predisposed to learn language and it's just an exposure thing. I think that sometimes that's kind of where it comes from, because like, for example, PECs is not based on that innate theory at all. It's like it's a very much a verbal behavior. You do this, you get the reinforcement for that. You do this, and how much, and even the amount of assistance. You go from a top down, most to least assistance, and you will hear some people on the speech language AAC will say, no, you go least for most. You don't have to, and you do as less intrusive a part. So, it's probably a lot deeper than versus a go talk versus PECs, and whether it's core words versus icon sequences, it's two people have been trained in completely different approaches, and they really need to understand and take a step back and understand, what are you trying to accomplish? What are you trying to accomplish? And why do you think that? For example, core words isn't even an approach. It's just a set of words. So I guess that's it. I meandered enough.
No, that's good. And I think the biggest thing that stands out to me here is the very first sentence. I was told at an IEP meeting. They really should have figured this out long before the IEP meeting and had this conversation not in the meeting. And I think that's one thing that we have worked really hard on at Heartspring, and hopefully everyone is working on it as well. 3 years ago, you could have walked into an IEP meeting and probably seen the same exact thing. You could probably look back at our 3 years ago IEPs and see some of that repetitive stuff, and very clearly see that the SLPs and BCBA did not talk before the IEP meeting. Nowadays, really, really think 99.9% of the time. We're hashing this out way before the meeting so that when we get to the meeting, we're a team and we're on the same page, and we're not running. So that was the biggest thing that stuck out to me, despite all of the other stuff. So.
One thing I wanted to piggyback off what you said with PECs, we here at Heartspring, we get a lot of students, they're 16, 17, and 18, so I have a few years with them, and I know sending them out to an adult placement, they're not going to upkeep a PEC system. As soon as they lose that more card, guess what? They can never say more again. So I always, if a kid does come in with a PEC system, I work on transitioning to them more of like a point and carry, like what you said, because that's a lot easier to maintain. You know, we send duplicates, we send multiple books to adult placements, we send all the files so that way they're able to print their own, but it takes a lot of time to print and laminate, as we all know. Print, laminate, cut, Velcro. PECs is not something that's going to be upkept by an adult placement. So I do think that there's a time and a place for PECs. I think it has really good use, but I also think we have to look at every kid is individual. What's their age? What's their ability? So go ahead.
I was just going to say real quickly, in all fairness to Bondi and Frost, to the people behind PECs, unless they've changed their message, PECs is always intended to be a transitional system. It was not supposed to be an end-use system, but a lot of people have taken it as that. And so, yeah, and for exactly the reasons you say, it's not practical to have to replace the pictures all the time. So.
And then also to touch on core words, I also have to look at a lot of our kids, like I said, when they come here, they're struggling with nouns. And so I'm probably not going to start with a lot of core word stuff. So I am going to work with the BCBA on doing more noun stuff. And once we get that, you know, pretty solid, then I'm going to move on to other things. So core words is obviously very important, but that's not, it really depends on the individual, what the individual needs at that time. You know, nouns are easier for our kids to learn because they're very concrete, and I mean, you guys might disagree with me, and that's okay. But with the kids that come in here, some kids that come in at, like I said, 16 or 17, and they have no form of communication. They're nonverbal. They have no device at all, have never had any sort of system to communicate. And so I'm really needing to get that functional communication going before I want them to tell me what color something is. So
we talked a little bit about this with the AAC assessments too, is that you've really got to find what's reinforcing. And if you're teaching a communication system, teaching Go might not be the most reinforcing thing that you can be teaching at that time. So you really got to find out what's the best bang for your buck in terms of how can I get them to use this system, and then we can build on it after that. And I like what John said too about this is basically just the same thing, two different approaches. And I think how many of us have learned tons of different ways to teach articulation, tons of different ways to teach phonology. I mean, that is just the nature of the game, is even within our own profession that there's a lot of different ways to teach something. And so I think if we start looking at the BCBAs or the ABA staff as this is just another way they've learned, so maybe we can come together and figure out which way works best for our client.
Okay, so we have another one. From a speech therapist. Look how positive it is. Happy Friday. So we'll give you a few minutes to talk about this one.
And I know we're going a little bit over. The next one isn't going to be quite as long, so as soon as we're done with this, you guys will get a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. So.
Okay, so we'll kind of come back together. Ashley and I were just talking, and we should say if these are any of your guys' Facebook posts, we apologize. So, but there was a question about verbal behavior and why we're talking about verbal behavior with nonverbal students, and Ashley was going to go ahead and field that one for us.
Yeah, so verbal behavior in ABA, and I guess I didn't state this super clearly, but verbal behavior is any type of communication. So when we're talking about verbal students versus nonverbal students, usually verbal students means that they can speak vocally. And so in ABA, we call that vocal or nonvocal. So when we're talking about verbal, does not necessarily mean that they can talk using their voice. It just means that they have some sort of way to communicate. So whether that be a nonverbal system, that still is verbal behavior.
So who has some thoughts on this one? Actually, this is a really positive one, and I think it has a lot of good things going for it. She seems like she's taking some good steps. So yeah, who has some thoughts about this one? Oh, you, and then we'll come up here.
I truly believe it depends on the client, an individualized approach. With some clients, you want to utilize errorless teaching to ensure that learning occurs, and with other clients, it's highly probable that they would become prompt dependent with the highest level of prompting used first. So it goes back to the individualized approach.
Yeah, that's what we said here too. It really depends on the individual and where you want their abilities and where you want to start as far as an AAC. I think you're not going to start way down below their ability level or way above their ability level. You're going to start somewhere around their ability level, obviously. So.
Yeah, we all go back to that kind of zone of proximal development. So that's always important to have in consideration when working with any student. Was it over here? Oh, sorry. We've got one over here, Ashley.
Sorry. They asked me to speak. We talked a lot about in our group how it's also a lot of, we tend to work more with like the most intrusive to least intrusive, or kind of some backward chaining when we're introducing a new skill that they're not very familiar with. But if it's something that we feel that they've mastered, that's where we tend to do more of the least intrusive, where we want to see if they're going to do it independently. And then if they don't, then give them a verbal prompt. And then if they still don't, then get more and more intrusive. So that's kind of what we talk about here. Because we want to teach it right first time with that errorless learning. So
yeah, thank you for sharing.
One thing that I've just read a lot about since ASHA's official statement on facilitated communication is just trying to stay hands-off as much as possible for AAC learners, just so that they have an opportunity to be spontaneous and it can't be interpreted as facilitated.
Sure, that's a really good point. One thing, because Ashley and I had this discussion actually not long ago, one thing we have to take into consideration here, I was a direct care staff when I first started at Heartspring. I worked as a weekend paraeducator in one of our group homes. Staff turnover is high, and I'm sure you guys have the exact same problem in all of your facilities. Direct care staff turnover is really high, and you might go out in May and do a training, and you come back in June and you have 90% new faces, and you're like, I have to retrain all of them again. And so while I do think that individualized approaches are so, so important, I have to also take into consideration that I'm training 40 staff to work with 8 kids. And so if I'm saying I'm going to do least to most on you, and I'm going to do most to least on you, and I'm going to do this errorless learning on you, that's really confusing. And we're going to actually have a lot of confusion with the staff and with the kids, because staff aren't going to remember who they're doing what with. And so that's one thing I always kind of keep in the back of my mind. Why I do think, maybe most to least is most beneficial, I have to also think, are staff going to be able to remember that, and are they going to be consistent? Because most likely I'm going to have half my staff doing most to least and half doing least to most when I have 8 kids doing 8 different things. So, and I know that's hard, but I have to take that into consideration with some training too. So, any thoughts on that? Do you guys have the same problem with staff training? Yeah, it's hard. Time to do it, yeah, that's another hard thing, so.
Hopefully we'll give you some tips and tricks here at our next one to help with some of that.
Okay, I think we have one last one. Okay.
Okay. Anyone have anything to share on this? Nobody?
She didn't mean that as a question. She just meant who's going to go first.
Yes.
Not a yes, no.
Okay, well, I will go first then. So on this one, again, kind of a communication down between the SLP and the BCBA. They're on a device, and the BCBA wants to work on PECs first. So has anyone, has anyone had an experience similar to this? Perfect. Okay, describe your experience to us. See what I did there?
We've just had, so I work in Heartspring pediatrics, and there's oftentimes we get referrals for like 6, 7-year-old children who have never had a comprehensive evaluation, and they're still using PECs, but they're not pushed beyond that. But when given the opportunity to use a more robust vocabulary system, they're able to use it successfully and functionally. So that's my experience with that.
And I think this one is where I would kind of side with the SLP here. So as I do think it's important to master all of those things and those kind of prerequisites for a device. I also have seen a lot of our kids at Heartspring. Again, as Ashley described, we get some kids coming in at 17, 18, sometimes even 20. And we have them until their 22nd birthday or less. So trying to start with PECs, which is not feasible for the future, as we discussed, isn't really going to help our kids much. So we generally, the SLPs will do an AAC evaluation sometimes. And then we also, we're going to start with what we want them to take away. They also do a fantastic job at, they don't just say, we're going to use Proloquo and we're going to move on with it. They will use as many different types of things that they can think of and see what the student likes best, what they respond to best. So I really think that, again, there is a time and place for mastering PEC stages, but there's also sometimes where we just kind of have to start where we want to end up and see what they like the best and what they respond to the best.
And I have to clarify, when Ashley said prerequisites for a device, she didn't mean, like we talked about, there are no prerequisites for a system, but as we talked through, why are you moving to a high-tech system versus a no-tech system?
And one positive thing I like to point out is that, this SLP is gonna go to the home to meet the family and the ABA, so I think that's great. And she's obviously really preparing for this meeting. She's looking for some input from other people, and she wants to share some evidence-based practice that she is able to find. So I think they're doing a great job on that. So what questions do you guys have for Ashley or I about working with the BCBA and an SLP?
Or questions from before? I saw you raise your hand.
I was just going to say from the last slide that you have that, we often are obsessed with okay, we've got to provide literature-based evidence. If this person has evidence, data that's indicating progress with the Go Talk, then I would definitely present that and say, yes, this student has used this to make requests, and then there kind of comes with this, with the question, okay, well, step 1 in PECs, you are manipulating the person to make a request after you've done a reinforcement assessment. Why are you doing that? Put the Go Talk there, see if the student can make that request without any physical assistance whatsoever. If they can do that, and that would, I guess, maybe see if the student would actually do that. Sometimes people don't want to perform on command, but see if that would happen, and then maybe you could go from there.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Every kid is an individual, and so what works for kid A might not work for kid B. So yeah, if I can bring some data to back up why I'm recommending this device. It seems to be the best system for this kid. That's just as powerful. So that's a really good point. Thank you.
John, I'm really glad too that you brought up that idea, because I think we don't remember enough that evidence-based practice is not just what the research says. And it's three-pronged. It's the research, our experience, and then the client and family want and needs. And far too often, I think we just say, well, this is what this research article says I'm supposed to do. Well, I can tell you that research wasn't done with the kiddos that I work with over here. So I can take what I need from that, but we cannot discount just how important our own experience is and our own professional background and professional knowledge. And there's actually a book that's out that says instead of EBP, it's E superscript 3 BP as a visual reminder that it is not just what the evidence says. And I can't tell you how many times I've had somebody say, well, this is what you're supposed to do because it's what the research says. And it's like, that's not what evidence-based practice is. And so I think it's a good reminder for everybody about that.
I have more of an open question. So I'm in Heartspring Pediatrics, and we do a lot of dynamic AAC assessments, and getting a high-tech device can take up to a year with insurance and funding. So in the meantime, how can we come together and create a no-tech or a low-tech system to be put into place? Does this happen? Why is it not happening? Just to kind of start that discussion. It's something that I need to start doing in the meantime.
We'll save that question for the panel, because we're gonna have everybody up here for the panel, so it might be a good opportunity to get everybody's input, because we'll have Jen, our mic runner / teacher. So save that for the panel so we can go on. Okay, so you guys take about 5-minute break, and then when you come back, we'll do training.
Thank you, guys.
Bye. Okay, guys, we're going to let Beth and Paige, you've met already, but I will let Beth introduce herself. And we're going to talk a little bit about training staff.
Hi, I'm Beth. I'm also a speech therapist on the residential side of Heartspring.
Yeah, and Paige, you guys already know that. Okay, so our presentation is going to cover the training of staff on communication systems, and this is kind of just the model that we take at Heartspring. So when we have new employees, this is a lot of the conversations that we have and the training that we go over with them. For mostly working on communication and natural opportunities, not so much specific to speech goals, although we will cover that later.
And we actually use some of the slides in our training with staff, so just something you can take away to help you train your staff in your environments.
Okay, so we did base a lot of our training on this research article that really did a review of 29 different studies and what were the benefits of the training that was implemented and what were some things that needed to be further worked on. The results of the survey, or the review, indicated that there was kind of different parts of the training that were really influential in people coming away feeling like they have confidence in doing communication training and communication goals. So those were primarily the oral instruction, explaining what the expectations are and everything like that, the modeling of what that will look like in a training, and then also the role play or practice in a structured environment, working, with the trainer and other peers that will be doing this implementation. They did report that they needed the training to be, worth their time, easy to understand, practical, and transferable, which is something that we all kind of know, but implementing that is sometimes difficult. So hopefully we'll come away with some ideas that you guys can take back to staff and training them. It's really helpful to, in addition, do the regular training coming into the setting that staff are working with the student and really showing them, different ways that they can modify what they're doing or implement aspects of the training that was previously covered. So kind of just coming back to what those skills were. Okay. So the first thing that we like to cover with staff is just really defining the roles of communication partners versus communication assistants. With the communication partner, we all kind of know what that looks like. We have communication partners. It's just that other person that's kind of sharing that conversational burden, like we call it. So if I'm having a conversation with Beth, she is my communication partner. We're engaging in social exchange. So they respond and talk with our students. Everyone has communication partners. Their role doesn't change over time. The communication partner doesn't help specifically with the communication the system itself. That will be a role for the communication assistant. For the communication assistants, that is oftentimes the student staff. They will be there to help support the student's role in the conversation. So they're familiar with the communication system so that they can help with prompting, and their role will hopefully decrease over time as their independence increases. Okay, so we're gonna have a few volunteers come up and help kind of model this. And we do this in our staff training just to show really concretely define who the communication partner is, the student, and the assistant, and what that looks like in a common conversation.
So I will have Chloe be the student. And so when I'm training the communication systems, communication partner, communication assistant, I take the actual communication book, the communication device, put it in front of my staff, and we practice. So if there's a group of them, pass around the system, and we take turns being the communication assistant, communication partner, so they get a lot of practice while I'm there and can make critiques and help them through it. So Chloe's my student. I'm gonna be the communication assistant, and Isaac is our communication partner. So Isaac, you're gonna talk to my student.
Hi, Chloe.
How are you?
Okay, so my student just asked, how are you, instead of answering the question. So what do you think I'm going to make my student do? answer the question. So I'm going to provide my prompts. We will go through the prompting hierarchy next. So let's say we can.
Oh, that's excellent. Have you been outside yet?
So when we're doing this, I still make staff, so the communication partner, I'm also training him to respond like we would all normally respond to anyone we're talking to. So if you ask what color it is, or what's your favorite color, Chloe? And then we don't just not respond. We say, blue, I really like blue too, but my favorite color is purple. What other things are purple? So I'm trying to teach them the skills to keep the conversation going instead of this structured, like one question and then we say goodbye and it's super structured. That's not a normal conversation. So we gotta kind of train our staff to keep the conversation going and not make it so weird, is what I like to call it. It's kind of weird. Like, keep it going, ask other questions. If you ask what's your favorite food, oh, what else do you like to eat with that food? What condiments do you use? What kind of drink do you want? So it is a lot of training the communication partner to keep it up, but the communication assistant has to follow the prompting procedure, which we will get to next. So I'm gonna have you guys stay up here for a minute, and then we'll go through the prompting procedure. So.
Okay, so just briefly, we wanted to kind of talk about how they're the same and how they're different. Neither are communicating for the student. So we really want to keep that in mind. We don't want to be putting words in the student's mouth by going through, and choosing what answers they are giving to certain questions. They give the student the opportunity to be as independent as possible, and that is really important with our prompting procedure, like we'll go over in the next slide. One person can play both roles. It's not ideal just because we really want to keep that clear, who the communication partner is, and then the assistant is the one that's aiding in that prompting. It can be kind of confusing if too many people get involved in the conversation, and if the communication partner is also trying to work through prompting hierarchy while the assistant is, that's very confusing and I would assume frustrating for the student as well. So the prompting hierarchy that we like to train our staff on is that least to most. If there is a different prompting procedure for a certain student, we will cover that on an individual basis, but in general, we do keep to the least to most prompting just because, like we've talked about previously, it kind of structures that independence, and that fading out of prompting is so much easier than if you structure kind of a prompt-dependent most to least situation. So we talk about the initial directive is whatever precedes the communication attempt or action that you're trying to elicit. Then working through a gesture prompt, we say, this can look different ways. Beth was just talking about a student who references her eye gaze to his communication system, and he'll be picking up, where she's looking on the device to know where he should be pointing. So that in and of itself is, a gestural prompt as well. Then moving to a physical prompt, which is just a lift of the hand towards the device or system that you're working with, and then hand over hand is that full support where you're guiding the student's action.
Paige, I just ask a question. So yeah, those of you that are familiar with this are probably noticing that we're missing a prompt in there. A verbal prompt. Why do you think we don't include that? It would take away from the conversation? Who here have worked with staff that over-verbally prompt without you even having to ask? Yep. So we just don't train on that because we assume you're probably going to do it inadvertently anyways, and we'd like to try to make you not do that. So in case you're wondering, that's why verbal prompts are not in there. Yes? Oh boy, this is an obstacle course back here.
This is just a suggestion that we've done in one of the schools I worked at, but we actually wrote out what the prompt hierarchy was, so that this is what the least would look like to this is what the most would look like. A full prompt, student does this, the assistant does this. If the student does this, then the assistant does this, so that you could have documentation of what the prompt looks like, because sometimes your kids get stuck. And so that was really helpful. Not that it would help anybody else, but
that's a great idea. Anybody else have thoughts or ideas that they do for prompting? You want to share? Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, and I was just going to say in between each of the prompts to wait long enough for the student.
So they're actually going to cover wait time and how important that is too here in a minute with a nice little visual support that you can hopefully take and use for your staff as well.
Yeah, that was actually a perfect lead into talking about processing time. In between each of these prompt levels, we do talk about processing time, which can be individualized for our students. They actually have it on each of their goals. It'll say, you know, we need to wait 10 seconds in between each prompt level before moving on. And so we did talk about what that looks like as far as answering a question. So I'm going to borrow Chloe again. So Chloe has a 10-second processing time. Actually, I'm not going to borrow you yet. So I'm just going to ask you to answer my question when the color bar moves to the black line, okay? Chloe, what's your favorite color? Perfect, blue. So that was a pretty realistic processing time for a neurotypical person. So then thinking about our population, there's oftentimes like a 10-second processing time that we need to allow them to process and then respond. So Chloe, I'm going to ask you the same question, and we're going to do it with a 10-second processing time. And each time I repeat myself and verbally prompt, that processing time oftentimes starts over. So what that looks like could be this. Chloe, what's your favorite color? Chloe, what's your favorite color? Chloe, what's your favorite color? And it like just delays it even more. So we're still waiting that time. And that was only 10 seconds. It felt like eternity. So we just really need to be mindful of that and conscious of that. It is resetting that ability to process and understand the language and then formulate that next utterance. Thanks.
So typically when I'm training this with our new staff, this visual is very helpful for them to see it, but we also like to practice it, and we like to practice our prompting procedure as well. So Isaac is our communication partner, Chloe is our student, and I am the communication assistant, and we will go through the prompting procedure like I would do with our new staff. So Isaac, just do our initial directive, which is whatever you want to talk to Chloe about.
Hey, Chloe, what's your favorite food?
Okay, so this is your independent time. I'm allowing the processing time, which would be 10 seconds, maybe 5 seconds, depending on the kid.
Oh, you like pizza? I like pizza. Do you like pepperonis?
Okay, Chloe, don't respond because now we're going to go through what's the next prompt. Anyone remember? Gestural prompt. So I waited the 10 seconds, and I'm going to help because she did not respond. Okay, she does like pizza.
I also like to have soda with my pizza. Do you like soda?
Okay, no response. Then I'm going to provide my gestural prompt. It's all good. Good job, but no. Okay, no response. So what's my next prompt without the verbal prompt? Because, yes, so physical. Okay, so I'm still providing my gestural prompt, but she's not responding. My 10 seconds are up, so I'm going to provide that physical prompt. And I sometimes train my staff. That some of my students don't respond because they're not very motivated at that time, so they just need a little more help, whether that be on their arm or their wrist or anything. We can get them going and getting that motor planning started. And then if you do not respond, I'm not going to go through the whole sequence because I think we understand, but if you have new staff, you would probably want to keep practicing this a lot so they understand. It would be, what's our next prompt? Hand over hand. So Isaac, what was the question?
Do you like soda?
Yes, I know you do. Yes. Okay, so it is very important to go through that prompting procedure because they're just new and learning, and staff need to know how to help the student. And we use examples with the communication book and devices so they get practice in both because it looks different with turning the pages and things.
I know some of you had mentioned too that just the time that it takes to train staff, and I think we all understand that. Something that I would encourage everybody to think about is training the trainers, and you guys can then go out and train the classroom staff or the classroom leads or the teachers and say, here's some ideas to help get you on that. And then they're not going to have as much staff to train as you might if you're working in 3 different schools. That's not feasible to do. But if you've got the opportunity to train some of those people who can then kind of help disseminate that information, it's pretty helpful.
Something that we do here at Heartspring as well is we talk to our staff about natural opportunities to communicate, and this is in addition to running communication goals and the program that they already have. This is built into their program. So we want our students to be practicing using their systems, throughout the day, not just during goals time. So we talk to staff about what are ways that we communicate throughout our day. It could be like greetings, answering questions, making comments about something. If you see something on your walk outside, that's a good time that you can model and talk about what you're seeing on the walk, anything like that. We want to really track these as well, just to see where communication independence is with using their system in those natural opportunities. In addition to the goals, what does that look like? So we talked to staff about providing at least 20 of these different opportunities throughout the day in different environments. So that's at least 40 bits of data that we're getting throughout their day. And so we talked to staff about what does independence look like and prompted look like. And Beth will talk more about that in data tracking when we get there. Any questions on this?
Okay, so this is a training video we use with our new staff, and it's what's not to do or what is wrong with this video. So if you're out in your environments, you might come up and think about some videos that you can record and then share with the new staff coming in to help train them in just a different way and a different visual. So what was wrong with that video? Right, so someone said hello, and we did not make our students stop and say hello. So we just taught our student to ignore people, and kids with autism already do not like to talk to people. So we need to prompt them and get them able to tolerate everybody and to say hello. And then also I always just share the staff is just walking down the hallway, not really interacting. Again, we don't always need our student to talk to us, but we can prime them for what's going on. So we might be walking to lunch, so I might say, oh, we're going to lunch, I wonder what's to eat, or today we're having for lunch spaghetti, or things like that. So you're priming them for what's coming up, because our kids with behaviors sometimes don't like surprises or they like to know what's going on, so we should share that with them and where we are going. Okay, Kendall, can you push pause?
Kat. What is my favorite color?
Okay, right off the bat, this is another video of what not to do, just a different video that maybe you might want to record and use. But the student is nonverbal. I like to point out, what is he missing? Communication system, he is missing his voice. Can he interact during that book reading? No, so this is just a time for to share with your staff. Remember, they should always have their voice so they can interact and participate in all sorts of activities. Okay, which way?
I'm Kat. What is my favorite color? Is it green? Green is the grass where I like to walk.
Okay, so since it's hard for
Is it
Kendall to push
pink?
stop, can you
Pink
pause
are
it?
the petals of
Okay, so we're not going to play the whole video. That's because normally I stop it and start it and say, what is she doing wrong? What are questions we can ask about the book? What do we need to make our student be doing? So on all the questions is like, is it pink? What should we make our student do? To respond yes or no, right? What other questions can we ask? So what's the bee doing? It's flying. What color is the bee? What do you see on the page? All sorts of things. The slide before previously, or the page before, the kid was pointing at the cow. So what do you think he wants to talk about? The cow. So where does the cow live? What cow, or what drink does the cow make? What color is the cow? What sound does the cow make? All sorts of things. So it's just a training video to get the staff to learn to ask questions, make the student respond using their voice, and asking a variety of questions. And some of our students at Heartspring have variety of communication systems. So it might just be a yes/no page. They might have a lot of vocabulary. So modifying their questions according to the student that they have. So just something to think about. And then the next video that we're moving on to is what you should do. And in the next video, I talk about who the communication assistant is, who the communication partner is, the prompts that is given to the student to make him use his communication device, and then if it was independent or prompted. So all those things are shown in that video, and we just talk about it.
And I do want to make note, the next video of the student, it was in like the trial phase of his device, so he has both a communication book and a device. But yeah, like Beth was talking about, it was just a really good video to pair together the communication assistant and partner and prompting hierarchy, so we use that one a lot for training.
Hi, James. How are you, James? Good. I like your shirt. Can you tell me what color it is? James, can you also tell me your favorite animal? What's your favorite animal? Bye, James.
Okay, so in that video, there are a lot of teaching opportunities, but who was the communication assistant? Yes, so Paige was the black shirt. Who was the communication partner? Yes, the girl in the red. The prompting on the communication device, what did she use most? Yes, so gesture prompts. At any time, did the communication assistant point to the buttons, use the button, or I mean, like do it for him, for the student? No, so we want to make sure your staff know, don't do it for them, help them use it. Let's see what else. Oh, the behaviors. If you're going to have behaviors during interaction, do we let him escape the interaction? No, because you just taught the student that every time he tries to squish your face, that he gets to leave an interaction. So you got to work through it. And then he just waves goodbye. Is that okay? Yes, so that one was independent. We accept waves because everyone knows what this means. So just some things, and if it was prompted or independent, those were the things we tried to train staff on.
And something just to mention that was on one of the previous slides is that I always like to tell the staff when I'm training them that we have this natural inclination to help, because I always say, from a young age, you're taught if you see somebody struggling, you do what? You help them, right? So you see one of your students struggling to communicate, what do you automatically want to do for them? You want to do it for them. But that can be really detrimental to our students' success and their independence. One of the examples that I always give is there was a student at the vending machine, and he was trying to get a dollar bill in the vending machine, and staff was right there, and so I was kind of creepily lurking around the corner to see what would happen, and what do you think happened? He did it for him, not thinking that, hey, I'm going to, diminish this communication opportunity, but he's struggling, so I'm going to do it for him. What do you think that would have been a perfect opportunity to practice? What vocabulary? Help, yeah. And help is such an abstract concept that any time you can get any of those opportunities to practice in a naturally occurring environment, you really have to take them. But that takes a lot of retraining staff's head a little bit with this. And I always say at the beginning of training, like, I want you to start adjusting your lens a little bit about the way that you look at communication, because it takes those times of you sitting there and saying, like, stop, don't help him, let him communicate it, because we have that natural inclination to help anyway. So it's a retraining of the brain a bit.
Okay, some other things we teach them, new staff, are the golden rule. So don't make students do more than what we would do. So if I ask you, Paige, what do you want to eat? Okay, tacos. Do we accept the answer? Yes. We can model and say, I want tacos, but they don't need to respond with, I want tacos. They answered your question independently and appropriately, so we're going to accept that and move on. The stranger test. Okay, so the stranger test is, it's not only does my staff understand me, can someone in the environment, Walmart, someone who's never met me, understand me? So if I say Nana, what am I saying? I could be saying banana, but what else could I be saying? Grandma. Is that passing the stranger test? No, because if I go to Walmart and I go up to a worker at Walmart and say Nana, they're not going to know if I'm missing my grandma or if I want a banana. So we're going to teach our staff that the student has to pass the stranger test. So they need to use their book or their device at that time to either ask for banana or say grandma. If I do this, though, does this pass the stranger test? Yes. So we had one student, though, that used to wave like this. Does this pass the stranger test? No, actually looks like I'm going to hit you. So that would be a time where we either make him wave appropriately, or he needs to use his book or his communication device to say hello. Okay, sign language. So there is a time and a place for sign language, but we need to know where the kid is going to end up someday. So if they're going to adult placement, they might not be working with people who all know types of different sign languages. So we can't always accept this because not everyone knows what this means. So more or bathroom or some forms of sign language need to be redirected to a communication book or a communication device, so everyone in the world knows that they need to go to the bathroom. Again, there are different, like if that student's always going to be with someone who knows sign language, then of course that's appropriate. But we just need to know where they're going to end up and if we want to teach those type of things. Okay, so don't make students communicate something twice. So if I nod my head like this, what do I mean? Yes. So then I'm not going to force my student to say yes on their book or their communication device. I just had to do extra work. Does anyone like doing extra work? And our kids really do not like doing extra work. My example for this one is if you're on the phone and someone's talking to you and you have to repeat yourself a million times, no one likes doing that. Neither does your student. So just an example to give you. Treat AAC systems as a voice. Where do you carry your voice? Yes, so my example is, do you carry them in the hallway? Yes, how about in gym? Music, swimming pools? Yes, so of course some of them have communication devices, but we have communication backup books that we give so they always have a voice no matter what. So if you have to switch them out for going on roller coasters and things, they should have some type of communication system on them if it's not their device. And then we teach them to provide communication opportunities. So that's what Paige talked about previously. But doing those activities, so whether it's a game in Candyland and asking them what type of colors, books, puzzles, things outside, at lunch, asking to open things, more, all the types of things in their natural day. And then be active participants. So we really harp on our staff to take time to get to know the student's communication device or book. So they're coming into a brand new student and they have no idea. We like sit by them, go through the book with them, do different activities with them, but make sure you know what's in there so then when the opportunity arises, you can provide the support when it's needed. And then allow the student to be independent. So again, just the prompting procedure, that wait time, we just kind of go through that again and again so our staff know. And then have fun with your student, because if you're bored, what do you think your student is? Bored. That's when the behaviors happen. So be as silly as possible. That's what I do.
Beth, can I give an example real quick? Sure. On the expectation of staff, and I think Lauren, this is a good kind of workaround to the beginning of the morning when Lauren was talking about the expectations. I see staff all the time not expect, and this goes beyond communication, it's my shoe is untied, so I'm just going to lift it up here because most likely you're going to do it for me. And I think one of my favorite memories of this was I had a student move to a different group home, and I trained them on it, and I said he's actually the student that didn't like technology, so we made a more robust form of communication for him. And they called me the first night, and they were like, I don't know what you're talking about. He can't do anything. He just sits there and makes us do everything for him. And I said, are you guys expecting anything out of him? And they were like, well, of course we are. So a couple days later, I got a call back from them. They were like, oh, we see what you were talking about, because they were at Chick-fil-A, and they ordered him like a Coca-Cola, and he whipped out his book, and he flipped to the drinks and pointed to orange pop, orange pop, orange pop, right in their face, like, I need you to know this is what I want, not a Coca-Cola. And they said, we see what you're talking about now, that we need to expect that out of him and just instead of assuming he's just going to do it on his own. And I think that's a really, really big piece that we have to teach staff that we don't do enough of. And just like Lauren said, if you don't set that expectation level high, they might not meet it. And then that's not really their fault at the end of the day. That's our fault for not doing that.
Okay, this is a slide that I would encourage you to have on whatever training you're doing with your staff. But we would never go anywhere without our voice, so make sure the students always have some form of communication on at all times. And of course, we love the lovely meme, because why were you only using your device in speech? No. Okay, some other things that our staff might need to know. Our communication systems need to be cleaned. Whether that's training the student to help clean the communication system, putting it on their schedule so they can help learn to take care of their voice. Staff still need to know they need to look respectable. Respectable? That's not it. Is that it? Okay. I'm like, so just wipe them down like after breakfast, lunch, dinner. We wouldn't walk around with a stained shirt. We would try to get the stain off. Same with communication systems. We need to make sure our staff are taking care of them. Inform staff who to take the communication systems to for repair or maintenance. Sometimes communication books lose pages. Sometimes we need new vocabulary. Sometimes the devices are broken, not charged. Staff need to know, where do I take this? So is it the SLP? Is it the AT person? Do I need to tell the parents? Who do I need to talk to? Because they're not sure all the time. Okay, so data collections. We have to think about our staff's education, their experience. We like to make data as easy as possible, so there's no gray areas. So mark plus for independent. So if it was independent, he'd use the communication system all by himself, and it was a correct answer, it is a plus. Yay, independence, woo! And then minus for any support. So if you provided any type of prompt, gestural, physical, hand over hand, anything to help them, it's a minus. So we just want to make it as simple as possible for our staff. You might be taking data on what type of prompting they need, but staff probably just need to know if it was independent or prompted. Make it simple. This is just a data sheet that you can possibly provide staff. And what happens is you can put your speech goals on top. So if it's you want your student to ask for help, all done, label food items, independently use their system at all time or whenever given the opportunity, plus or minus, and then your schedule. So the schedule for the day for the student. So if it's recess in the morning and they have a goal for did they independently or prompted use their communication system during recess, plus or minus at that time. During lunch, you can take data during PE. Whatever you need, this is just a data sheet that can be used to for your staff to write down. Okay, the training we provide at Heartspring for our staff, I do a lot of role playing. I honestly think this is the best way to get your staff to learn. So taking, just practicing being the student with the actual communication system, practicing being the staff, practicing providing those prompts, just going through all the things I already talked about. But it's role playing and getting the communication system in front of that staff, I think is the most beneficial. But we also create training videos. So what that looks like is I'm working with the student running the speech goals, or I'm explaining the communication system on the video, or I'm showing a video of the student's skills. So when it comes time for new staff to work with them and they're like, well, this student doesn't know how to use his device, he has a video that's like, yes, he can, he's just tricking you. And how we do these videos typically is just iMovie. So I just video tape the goal, the kid, the communication system on the iPad, put it on iMovie, and then I can make edits to it. So I can shorten it, I can put words and say mark plus because it was independent, mark minus because it was prompted, all sorts of things with iMovie. Really, it's pretty fascinating. I've learned a lot this year. But just an idea, so something you can do if you have access to an iPad, anything that records and making edits. And then there's a video of just one of our training videos of me working with a student. Bathroom. Point to bathroom. There we go. Bathroom. Point to, I need a break. Break. iPad. Point to iPad. Good job. You did it. Cookie. Cookie. Let's find it. Help me. Where is it? Keep going. Good job. Cookie. Milk. Cookie. So just another option that you can implement when training your staff on different things. Okay, and then also, I know some of you guys work in classrooms with typically developing peers. I think most of the kids just need to become normalized with a communication book, a communication device. Make it normal in that classroom so that student isn't uncomfortable or stands out, or as kids typically avoid things that they are unfamiliar with. It's uncomfortable to them. So incorporate it with them. So still bring it in, bring that system in with the typically developing peers. Allow them to use it, allow them to practice using it. You can do groups, so art groups, cooking groups, to get not only the student that's using AAC involved, but all the students get to participate in that activity and see how that student participates in the activity with AAC. So it's just making it normal so then no one thinks it's weird and everyone accepts the kid and can you help with the device or talk to them and know what's expected. Questions?
Okay, then we'll just take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and do our last actual informational session. and then the panel after that. All right, guys, we're gonna get through our final push of the last one, and then after that we'll have the panel. So we'll be up here. That'll be the time you guys can ask any questions that you have. We will come back to Lauren's question about the communication system. So our last thing that we're going to talk about is literacy and AAC, and Beth is going to be doing this presentation with me. I can tell you a little bit of background. This was not an area of expertise, but one of my field questions I had to answer for my dissertation dealt all with this. So I became an expert when you write, a 20-page document on it. So, and I'm still not an expert, but these are just kind of some ideas to help you guys when you're thinking about literacy and AAC and how can you incorporate it. So the first part that we're going to go through is teaching literacy through the Big Five. And then after that, what we're going to share with you guys is what we do to teach literacy here at Heartspring in our different classrooms. And I think, especially since we have a lot of teachers and SLPs here today, that it's a perfect opportunity for collaboration, or as we like to call it, we're collabing, because we feel cooler saying that, I think. So a great opportunity to collab with your fellow team members. Okay, so just a little bit of background about literacy and AAC, and I hope that you guys are kind of going to read through this or hear this and say, that makes sense. But I think, again, it's one of those things that it's really important that we maybe share with others. So this might make sense to you, and you might say, of course, but that we tell other people. So teaching literacy to people who use AAC is challenging for lots of different reasons. Some of the challenges that have been noted in the literature, the heterogeneous nature of those people who use AAC. I think in any aspect of research that deals with AAC, the vast difference in population of people who benefit or use AAC is always going to be a huge challenge. What I like to tell the students when I'm teaching, though, that I think is really cool about AAC is it's the one thing that you teach that it combines all of the other coursework that you've done. So it could be somebody with ASD, it could be somebody with a stroke, it could be somebody, that's permanently lost their voice, just partially lost their voice. So I think it really gives you the opportunity to kind of bring everything together. As we've all discussed today, adapting materials is time consuming. And so what we're going to show you that we do here hopefully will save you some time, because what we do is provide an opportunity for one set of materials that can be used with a lot of different kids. And one thing that I forgot to mention that is exciting, I was just told by our marketing department that literally over lunch today, they were talking about increasing Facebook groups, and we are going to actually create a Heartspring AAC Facebook group that you guys are all going to be invited to, and you can feel free to share that with other people. And you guys are going to have the opportunity, just like in those other groups, to ask questions. And you'll know, too, that it's a local population in terms of being in Kansas. So hopefully everybody finds that helpful. And then we'll do maybe some live streams and stuff where we can answer questions and provide some more training opportunities. In research designs, again, almost all of AAC are pretty much mostly single subject designs. So some other factors. It's been found that people who use AAC have less access to printed material. They have also less access and interaction to early writing, drawing, and they are less active participants in reading. And I think you saw that with one of those videos. I would like to say that never happens, but it happens here. I'm sure you guys have seen it happen too, that we have taught people who use AAC to be passive and not to be active participants. I'm sure Lauren and her mom can agree that that's probably happened. Yes, and Lauren's nodding her head. Yes, it has happened before. So again, just some thoughts to be thinking about as we go through some of this. Okay, so the Big Five of literacy. So when you're looking at literacy, there's lots and lots of different ways you can go, but I wanted to kind of put together a pretty succinct, easy to understand, easy to implement kind of way using the Big Five. So Janice Light and McNaughton have this wonderful, wonderful website, aacliteracy.psu.edu, that I got all this information from and kind of condensed it. And I really, really recommend, if you're struggling with this or it's something that you're interested in, that you go to that website and get some more information. So we're going to look at the Big Five. So phonological awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension, and how can we integrate that with the clients who use AAC. So their suggestion, whenever you're doing any of these techniques, is model guided practice to independence. So model, I'm going to show you how to perform this task. Guided practice, assist with performing it, following that prompting procedure. And then independence, allow the student then to perform it by himself. Okay, so phonological awareness, what is it? Well, it's that beginning building blocks of literacy. So you can manipulate and recognize sounds. It's been shown to be a very strong predictor of literacy acquisition. And people with verbal speech often do better than people that don't, which again shouldn't be a surprising fact. So how can you do this? So if you're going to work on blending, and a lot of these are going to have kind of the same ideas behind them, a lot of communication boards and a lot of devices, depending what your client needs. I will say this, if you are working on this, so let's say you've got the phoneme, or you're working on the blending. So I'm going to say the word slowly, 1 to 2 seconds per phoneme, so d-og, and you have the G last out a little bit longer, but, and then I'm going to have the student point and identify that word that I just said. You can also point to the letters as you're saying each sound, but for basic idea of this, you just sound out the word, each phoneme, and then you say, what did I just say? And have them point to the picture, identify it however they can. I would also caution you at maybe just doing 2 photos. I would definitely make sure that I had at least a field of 3 that I'm switching out as we go, so that you're making sure that the client got it. So phoneme segmentation then would be saying a sound and asking the student to identify the word that starts with that. So you start with, their recommendations start with initial sounds, so those beginning sounds, then medial, then, then final, then medial. So buh, what word starts with that? And I've got a communication board, a choice board, and they can tell me what word starts with that. If they've got these things in their device, go ahead and use the device. I would caution you to make sure, though, that you're making sure that they're actually, if they can't do it, that they're not doing it because they can't navigate to that page. So just being aware of that. If it's not working and you're like, I think they have this, that is it because they can't navigate to the page, so maybe I should provide a choice board for this and then start pairing it with a device. So rhyming. So this one, again, is pretty simple. You give a student a word, you ask them to find the word that rhymes with that. So find the word that rhymes with bat, and you have a communication board or their system, and you allow them then to choose that word via whatever access system works for them. So syllable identification, obviously I think when we think back to being young kids, we all did different ways of doing this. So my favorite is just to clap it out. You could have somebody jump it out, get them up, get them active, doing some gross motor things. But basically, again, you're just doing that counting out and then giving a choice board that has the different numbers on it and allowing them to tell you how many syllables did I just do, did I just say. Okay, so phonics. What is phonics? So it's the idea that letters stand for sounds. So you can teach by individual sounds or word chunks. First off, we're going to do letter sound correspondence. So you're going to teach the most frequently used sound first. So A, M, T. Cognate pairs you're going to teach separately. So for those of you that aren't aware, cognate pairs are basically where you're using the same articulators to make a sound, just one is voiced with your voice box and then one is not. So it's P and B are both the cognate pairs because your articulators are the same. You're just voicing one and you're not voicing the other. I like to personally play the cognate pair game with friends of mine that are not SLPs, and I'll give them a sound and be like, what's the cognate pair to that? And they go through the alphabet. So yeah, just in case anybody needs something fun on the ride home. And they really say that you want to teach the sounds first, not the letters. So you want to teach, when I say, what sound did I just make? And they can point to M. Obviously, because I think that's a little bit easier to kind of pair those together. Okay, so fluency. So I think some of these early on things are kind of easy. Again, it's just going to take an adjustment of the way that we think about teaching these things because we're going to require response via a communication board or communication device. But some of these more complex literacy acquisition type things get a little bit more difficult to figure out how can I do this with somebody who uses AAC. So fluency. It's the ability to read words effortlessly, accurately, and using appropriate expression. Obviously, this is really hard to figure out fluency for our people who use AAC. Carol Zangari recommends that you can do what's called an inner voice. So I can do a think aloud and also say it to yourself. And then what I can do is I can practice by showing that. So I'm going to read and I'm going to say it aloud, but maybe I'm going to assign somebody to my inner voice, which is what Karen Erickson suggests, is that you have your clients assign somebody. So if you guys can think of really famous people with famous voices or known voices, who would they be? James Earl Jones, Morgan Freeman, that's who I always think of. Robin Williams. Yeah, so it's kind of an idea that it's trying to get the client who's using AAC to be more meta or thinking about that inner voice and that reading. And so I might say, hey, I'm going to assign this person as my inner voice, and I'm going to read aloud and read as much as I can in that voice, which my friends all know that my accents all sound the same. So it would be very difficult to assume that. But there have been some AAC users who have reported that that actually does help by assigning an inner voice, because I think it kind of helps take them out of it. So that's a way to look at fluency. I'm going to tell you, fluency is probably going to be one of the absolute hardest things to try. So I wouldn't personally, unless you've got a client that's really good at that, write a goal necessarily for it, but I think using some of these ideas to help is beneficial. Lauren, I guess I can ask you, do you think assigning an inner voice when you're reading would help you think about that? Yeah, okay. You going to agree to everything I say today? That's good. I'll pay you later. Yeah. So another part of fluency is silent reading comprehension. And again, we talked with that inner voice. It's really hard, obviously, because the prosodic nature of reading isn't as easy for people with communication disabilities, because they're not going to be able to actually read it out loud. And they've also found that the eye movements that are associated with silent reading comprehension are difficult for people who have communication issues, and that they found that really training that in isolation doesn't necessarily help. So again, just kind of another reason why I wouldn't necessarily target fluency, but I think knowing those little things and tips and tricks that you can give to your clients might be beneficial. Okay, so vocabulary. The ability to decode a word and understand its meaning. So decoding, they suggest you can start teaching a student when they have at least 4 letter sound correspondences. Again, I think, as we all know in the field of healthcare that we work in, that nothing is black and white. And I don't think I've ever followed an exact PECS protocol for anybody. You've got to change it up and make it work what works for your client. So this is what they suggest, but know that you can start earlier, later, whatever works for you. Start with 3 simple words. So an example of how you could do this is show a word card and ask them to identify the word using a choice board. So I've got the word cat, and now you've got a choice board. What word is this? We have some teachers here that practice reading with menu words, because so many of our kids are motivated by food. And so they will practice those reading skills with words like fry and chicken and hamburger and things like that. And there's a whole program, I think, for that, isn't there, Jen? A menu words program?
Yeah, we have adopted a variety of curriculum, but there's what you're speaking to specifically is like a menu math or a functional reading kind of set of activities.
So Jen is also listed on the Google Doc and the interprofessional teaming. So if anybody has questions about some of those curriculums and things like that, Jen would be a great resource to reach out to and find out some more about that. But I think just using those words that are meaningful to the student. So that's why we use those functional reading type things, so that we can do words that mean something to them. So shared storybook reading. So a couple different ways that you can practice this with your client. So you can read the whole sentence and allow the student to finish the word or finish the sentence by using, again, it can be their device, it can be a communication board, whatever works. Here's what I will say about that. So here's what I've seen happen sometimes is we are going to read a book, Brown Bear, not Big Brown Bear, just Brown Bear. And so we're going to read that story, and what I do is I just create a folder in their communication system that says Brown Bear, and within that folder there's colors, there's all the different types of animals. What do you think might be a potential flaw to doing that? And I've done it, guilty. Motor planning, yeah. If my ultimate goal is that I want them to be able to find a bear, I want to teach them where bear actually is, and not within the confines of a book, but I want to show them where bear is in terms of going to categories and animals and finding bear. Kind of the same thing with the colors, is that you don't necessarily want to put all of that in one folder, because if you want them to generalize that skill and talk about a color outside of that, you wouldn't just put it all in one folder. I say that because I've seen it, but I've also been guilty of it myself. When we're going to talk about our cooking and art groups that we do here in just a second, we used to do that until we all kind of sat around one day and was like, why do we do that? That doesn't make any sense, trying to do what we're doing. Again, Light McNaughton suggests that you start with words at the end of sentences or paragraphs. So the cat is wearing a, and then let them finish that. So comprehension. Obviously, it's our ultimate goal of literacy in reading. So it is the reading and understanding of text. So there's quite a few different ways you can teach this to somebody who uses AAC. You can provide a short sentence and ask the student to identify what that sentence said. So again, for example, the hat is on his head. Which picture represents that so that they're understanding what they've read? And then you can have a student read a sentence or passage and answer a question about it as well. Here's how you can do comprehension and monitoring checks. So are they actually picking up? So stop as you're reading through and ask the student a question. They can answer using that communication board, which we'll show you guys too, some boards that we've got. And then if they don't answer, that can be your idea. Okay, they're not picking up on this. I need to go back and see where the breakdown's occurring. So you can also use graphic and semantic organizers. I can think of several of our students that use AAC that this might be really fun to do with. So it's just, all it is presenting information in a visual format. So has anybody done one of these? I think they're called like a think map. Yeah, I had to do one for one of my classes one time. But basically what you could do is you could provide some of that vocabulary and allow the client to kind of manipulate that and create a graphic organizer about what the story was about. You can provide those templates. If you've got a client who can do it on the computer, that's awesome too. But it's just another way to check that comprehension. And cooperative learning. I think this one would be really fun. I've never actually done it because with our population it doesn't really work. But we were just talking about how to get peers involved, and this would be a great way to get peers involved with our students who use AAC. So we're going to want a student to talk with another student about what she read. So if you've already done this graphic organizer, you can then use that as a way to have the student talk with another peer about what we've read. You can also use a communication board, so maybe you've made a specific communication board that has comments and things like that related to this story if they don't have that all in their device. But it would be another good chance if they've got comments in their device or questions or things like that that you could practice with this as well. Okay, so that was kind of the most boring part of it. Now we're going to put it all together. So I'm going to let Beth take over for this part.
Hello? Okay, so basically, we're just going to provide you an example of our groups that we do at Heartspring. Maybe you can incorporate it into the classrooms where you work, maybe just your speech sessions, just giving you an idea of how you can make some literacy groups. So at Heartspring, we do 2 groups in each classroom. There's an art group and a cooking group. We read the same book throughout the month. So that allows us one material, so we don't have to modify something every day. It also allows structure, consistency, predictability for our students. So they can learn to rhyme, they can fill in the blanks, they can answer the questions. They're getting a lot of practice with the vocabulary presented in the book. And then we're just targeting a variety of skills during the group, so sometimes that's just sitting in a chair. Waiting, turn taking, answering questions, filling in the blank, requesting the items needed for the art group and cooking group. So it can be the very simple level. It can also be for your kids that are higher levels as well. You just need to modify it for them. Okay, and this is just a video of our group, of one of our groups.
Hi.
Hello.
Color is the flower.
Flower.
That is a flower. Can you tell me what color it is?
Yellow. Purple.
Purple. Yeah, thank you. Get out your helmets.
Raise your seat by how you grow.
So what is the boy doing?
You riding a bike.
He is riding a bike. I'll do the next one. You give that to Orion.
So what she has right there is if he doesn't independently do it, she has a photo of the student so that it's a visual to him for who to go to.
And there's one for you. I think I have ice cream. What do you need first? Put your device up here.
Vanilla ice cream.
And I have ice cream. What do you need first? You do need nice hands. What else do you need?
You do safe hands.
Ice cream.
Safe hands. No.
He does say ice cream. You couldn't really hear him, but he did say it. So you just kind of have to get creative too. So passing out the visuals would be a great opportunity for the student to interact with our whole classroom if it's in with the typically developing peers.
Yeah, and as you can see too, this group consists, we wanted to make sure that we got a video of one of our verbal students too to show you. We are definitely of the camp of work smarter and not harder. And if you can create one set of visuals that you can adapt as you're going around that work for your verbal kids, that work for your nonverbal kids, your minimally verbal, it's gonna save so much time and effort. So we really wanted to emphasize that when we do these groups, we have one set of materials that we make that we utilize for every single student. And we're gonna show you what one of those visuals that you're looking at up there, here's an example. So you can see for the cooking group, we always have up at the top a picture of the finished item so they can see it. And then over on the left side, we have the numbers, but we also have a red dot and a green dot to show. We've learned over the years, you need to put when it's time to eat on that visual support because either the students won't eat it or they'll try to eat it before and then you have nothing to really point back to. One thing that we didn't do on this one, which we should have done, so our mistake, but now if you've got somebody who's got objects, you're gonna have to do a little bit of extra work on top of this, so keep that in mind. But if your students are all at least the basic understanding of digital images, use all digital images because that means even if they can understand something beyond that, that's awesome. But again, this helps you cut down on making tons of different visuals for different kids. So that's why you can see some of those are, but we try to keep them all digital images as much as possible. And we really try to keep no more than 5 steps. These groups, just for reference, take about 25 to 30 minutes. And the general setup is always, we try to walk in and greet each student. So we're practicing the greetings, and it takes up some time. Walk in and greet each student, and then we go through the book together, and we ask questions about the book. If you've got a low-level student, sometimes we're just like point to the, and then they can just point. If the higher, more complex students, like you saw Chloe, who was able to say the boy is riding the bike. Awesome, Chloe, good job. And so we do that. We go through the book and we read the questions, and then we get the activity out. And so that's the 1 week we would do, or I'm sorry, 1 day in the classroom we do cooking group, and the next day art group. But they're always all going to have a theme for the month. So it's that one book for the entire month being read 8 different times to the kids. For some of our super high functioning kids, they don't love that all the time as much, but it's really important for the majority of our kids that they get that exposure. For some of those kids, that might be when we say, oh, okay, well then maybe you can help me read the book and you can help me ask some questions to your peers. But it's just that one book. And the beauty of this too is that you're only doing 1 book a month, so we recycle these materials. We save everything and then we use it again next year. After a couple years, we tend to just kind of start all over from scratch again. But it's been really beneficial to us to have a very structured way of doing this. We also use this same layout of visuals for menu or recipes. Some of our students have cooking goals for different areas, and we will make the recipes using the same format so that they've got a reference that they already know how to use because they're practicing it so often.
And so typically, sometimes we adapt the book, sometimes we just have like a choice board or answer board, and you will see Holli as being the greatest model right now. This is our choice board. So we don't program all the vocabulary in their communication book or their device because they may not need it or use it all the time, but they can still learn the vocabulary throughout the month with the boards, and they can answer the questions or fill in the blanks or rhyme or whatever it is that we're making them do. And then do you want to turn the page? And then we adapt the pages with some board maker pictures or whatever pictures. But this helps some of the kids, like with devices or books, use their book to find the picture, and then they're part of the reading process, which is an option. Sometimes I'll do it and make screenshots on their devices and make sentences as well. So just something to think about. That is extra time. So if you just need to do the choice board, that's perfectly okay.
And I would say when we are talking about the choice boards on here, I always like to say that, you know, students who don't have super robust systems, that is precious real estate with the amount of pictures that they have in their device or in their book. And so that's why, you know, I want to still ask them, you know, what is this? It's a tree. But if tree has absolutely no meaning to them and I've only got 15 spots, I'm not programming tree into their device. But that doesn't mean that I don't want them to be able to participate and that we can't practice that. So just kind of a word of caution, I guess, to just be aware of that. Just because you want them to say it, they don't have to necessarily use their device. They can use the board too. Okay, so just kind of based on all of that, and this book is out here on the materials table along with some other adapted books that we've done. But I'm just curious for those of you out there in the audience, if you've got clients or people that you think could benefit from this type of thing, and what potential goals could we target possibly using like one of these books if you're looking back at the Big Five and those techniques we talked about. Fluency and vocabulary? Yeah, so what about vocabulary? How might you set up a practice of that with, and you have a very interesting take on this too.
The fluency in vocab, but I would use the vocab just to expand their knowledge of just verbs and nouns and awareness around them, just to be able to answer comprehension questions. Can you interpret what's going on in the book?
What else? Oh.
We're talking about with regard to the vocabulary, when you said your student only had 15 things on their device, one of the things I learned a very hard lesson, we made chocolate milk one time, and on this child's device there was a lot of core words, and we had drink and we had make. Well, we didn't have chocolate, so we called it make drink, and we had turn on there, I think, too, so, you know, stirring, turning. Anyway, we made it one day, and then one day she came by my office and she saw the chocolate on the counter, and she threw this huge fit. Well, we had no idea. Well, she was doing make drink. She wanted chocolate milk. So I think it's really important. There's other, like you were talking about tree. Well, if you had the word big, you know, a tree is big. So looking at higher level thinking and how you can use the vocabulary that they do have on their device, and not limiting it, I guess, to nouns too.
Absolutely.
So be really careful with what words you select if you're going to have limited choices. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. So Ashley talked a little bit about kind of the core words and the nouns, and I think that you've got to just be aware of what's working for your client and when to move on. I think that's where we get stuck a lot, is that we don't move up to that next step. So, okay, now that we've got a good base going and this client is using this system, okay, now let's start adding in some of those verbs and some of those other things that make language robust and, you know, make it mean something to us. If we had that book, oh, go ahead.
Okay, so I teach kindergarten, and so these pre-literacy skills of the phonemic awareness and stuff is just a big part of that. And I have a kiddo coming next year who will be using a core book, and I'm trying to learn as much as I can about it. But phonemic awareness, there were so many good ideas that you had to do that. it's just, I felt overwhelmed because it's oral. You know,
Right.
that's like the key term for phonemic awareness is that it's oral. And so if you're teaching the sounds first, but they don't know the symbol for how is that overcome? And it's just a small window, I think, where they wouldn't know the letter and the sound. But
Well,
is that off topic? I don't know.
No, not at all.
It's in the big five.
Yeah, no. And I think based on kind of what their suggestions are with that too, from the website, is that that's the teaching moment, that you're teaching, and you're going to have to teach them that now corresponds with that letter M. And it's going to take a lot of teaching to get them to the independent point, but that's what you've just got to keep teaching them.
Would it look kind of like the cookie, like put down the cookie, find cookie, like kind of like she was doing with the, like find but put the symbol on the table?
Yeah,
like
so
kind of that kind of format?
Yeah, I think it could look a variety of different ways based on your client. How I see it happening too is maybe you've got a letter board and maybe the client can handle an alphabet board. Awesome. Maybe they can't. That's okay too. So maybe you just have 3 letters out that all look, I mean, I wouldn't put M and N together unless you're kind of to the point where you want to make sure they know the difference, but maybe you've got 3 different letters out and you say, what letter did, or what sound did I just make? And they have to point to the M on your letter board, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's how I would do it. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. What about for some of those, like the blending, what could we do if we were, let's say we had your client and he is working on blending and we've got this book and we're asking the other kids questions about the book, but he's not at that comprehension level. What would be something we could maybe do to practice the blending? Yeah. Oh, sorry, Mike.
Just say like "at" and have them find that picture in the book.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we were really wanting you guys to take out of this, is that you can use one set of materials and you can do a lot of different things with it, because we know everybody's time is limited. That was one of the things that came out of my dissertation research too, is that the lack of billable and non-billable time, it doesn't matter, everybody's lacking time. So we wanted you guys to just kind of start thinking, okay, well, I've got this student who doesn't know comprehension. Can he still participate in this book? 100% he can. And that way, if you are doing groups or small groups or large groups, whatever it is, that you can still be applying these principles at the same time. What about for, let's say that we were looking at syllable identification. How might you use that book to do that?
Is it possible to feel, like, can they beat this? Like, it's going to depend on the kid, though, but, I mean, they're not saying them. Can they represent them in the jumping or the clapping?
Sure. Yeah. What I might do is, like, let's say in that book it says flower. So flower is kind of a difficult one, isn't it? Flower. So it's 2. So maybe we just say, okay, we're going to jump and do it. And we go, flower. And then you've got, you know, a number board, and you say, how many jumps did we just do? 2. Awesome, that's right. We did 2 syllable jumps for that. I think, again, you've got to find what motivates your client. And if it's jumping, if it's gross motor, if it's maybe pounding on the table, maybe you don't want to teach that skill, but maybe clapping instead, or tapping or something like that to just kind of help them. Okay. I think, is that our last? Okay, so what questions do we have about literacy? Yes. Oh, 1 second. We're going to get you the mic. You weren't here for this. We're recording everything, so everybody has to be on the mic.
Okay, sorry. How would you teach verb? Or I'm sorry, verb. No. How would you teach the vowels? Would you go more in like a vertical phonics form? So if I have a single A, would I teach it a, ah, the 3 sounds in order of what they say? Or do you do it individual as the word comes up and their reading progresses?
That is a great question, and vowels are difficult. Personally, I would try both and see what works. I would maybe spend a week or 2 trying this approach, and if it's not seeming to work, let's try this approach and see if maybe this works better. I think if I've found out anything from the population of kids we work with, that you just never know sometimes which approach is going to work, and so just taking data on both of them and seeing is what I find beneficial. Does anybody else have any thoughts on that? Any other questions about literacy? Okay, well, why don't we do this? We can take probably about 10 minutes, and we'll start about 5 minutes early on the panel, and maybe we can get you guys out of here a little
Holly,
bit
we
earlier.
have one more question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
In your literacy groups, when you had the cooking and the art, did you do the same activities all
Great
4
question.
weeks?
No, they're different activities.
Okay.
Yeah, so in 1 week, there's 4 different cooking activities and 4 different art activities, and but it's the same book, and the groups all correspond with that book. So if it's about spring, all of the groups are going to have to deal with spring, or Valentine's Day, they're all going to have to deal with Valentine's Day. Okay. But they're different activities. Okay, all right, well, let's just take a quick break, and then we'll come back and do the panel. So be thinking of any questions you might have for the whole group.